Hello, my friends. Good to see you. Oh, why am I saying video? Hold on, let me fix this. I'm in the wrong thing. That's why. Hello. Thank you for coming to room 3. I know it was difficult to make the trudge through the hallways, and it's definitely hard to give up on Amber and Wayne because, frankly, they're the better hosts. But for anyone who's in room 3, please do say hello in the chat box just before we start the session. I want to see who's with me. I can see people starting to come in. That's good. Hello, Joanne. Hello, Catherine. Catherine and Joanne. Oh, maybe it's Joanne using Catherine's. Oh, no, just up the road from Joanne. Okay. Oh, do you know each other? You're in different hospices? That's interesting, isn't it? We've got some hospice networking going on. Okay, so this is the hospice networking room. My name is Simon Scriver, in case you missed that. I'm going to be hosting you here in room 3, but I'm going to try and keep my chit-chat to a minimum. We're going to go straight into our first session, which is all about match giving. And I love match giving as a fundraiser. And when I used to run training, I used to talk about match giving a lot because it's just amazing when you present that opportunity of match giving. It increases the chances people are going to give, and it also increases how much they give. And so it was this double whammy. And so I saw some really clever examples of how match giving was being used. But we're going to hear from possibly the experts on match giving. I would say like the elders of match giving, although that sounds insulting to us speaking, but the big give are here to talk about it. So especially if you're based in the UK, you certainly know the big give. And so I'm very happy to be introducing Beth Duxbury-Campbell, who is the marketing comms manager, and Sahil Shah, who's the key partnerships manager. And they will be here presenting, talking about matched giving. So we're going to head on straight over to that session, and I will talk to you after.
Hi everyone, welcome to our presentation on match funding and the big give. I'm Sahil, I'm the key partnerships manager, and I'll let my colleague introduce herself.
Hi, I'm Bethany. I'm the marketing comms manager at Big Give. So lovely to see you all.
To the next slide. Yeah, so we just have an introduction about who we are, who the Big Give is, and then a quick brief explain about what is match funding. We'll talk about what the benefits of match funding are and digital fundraising. And finally, we have some match funding impact and case studies that we can share with you. And we'll wrap up with how you can get involved with the Big Give. So who are we? We are the Big Give. We are a registered charity and we are UK's #1 match funding platform. We run match funding campaigns for charities and special causes at key moments in the year by connecting charities to what we call champions. They are our philanthropists and foundations and corporates who provide match funding for charities, and the public who donate to charities to have their donations doubled. We find that by running these match funding campaigns, we make an extraordinary difference to the world's biggest challenges. Our motto is we like to double the difference. So we support charities by showcasing your work to champions, enabling you to take online donations and help increase your online visibility. And finally, we offer you the opportunity to take part in match funding campaigns. So to date, we have raised £246 million for good causes through match funding campaigns since 2008. And our goal is to reach $1 billion by 2030. So big aims for the Big Give. And what is match funding? Match funding is when a member of the public donates to a charity, and funders like philanthropists, foundations, corporates, they are asked to match that donation. So if someone from the public donates £50 to a charity, that becomes £100 because it's matched by that funder.
Amazing. So we want to talk to you a bit more about the benefits that we've seen through match funding and digital fundraising. And through our own research, we know that match funding has a really transformational impact on fundraising, especially when it comes to thinking about incentivizing donations and also bringing together different stakeholders and audiences into one campaign. And over the years, we've been able to measure that success through 4 key areas. The first being resilience, skills, profile, and then impact. And I want to go into a bit more detail about all of these. So in terms of resilience, we know that we're just living in a very difficult economic climate at the moment. And I think it's become more obvious, actually, that it's more important than ever that charities are able to diversify their income streams, to get multiple streams of income from different areas, and also ensure that they're able to continue to sustain themselves over the next 3 years. So we believe that match funding is a really great opportunity for charities to take advantage of potentially growing or developing new income streams. So it's a really good option if you're looking to potentially engage both existing and new supporters and networks. We work with a variety of champions, as Sahil mentioned, who are philanthropists, corporates, foundations and trusts, etc., who use Big Give to maximize their gifts on our platform, and some of them working exclusively with Big Give. So there's a really great chance for charities to use Big Give to unlock funding they may not have access to already, and also partner with champions they may not have connected with before, but also thinking about your own networks that you have currently. So potentially there are lapsed donors that haven't donated to your campaign or charity in a while, and this is a really great option to think about, actually, how can we incentivize these donors to get involved with our charity again? And match funding could be a really great option to encourage that. Potentially as well, thinking about business partnerships or trusts and foundations, there may be an opportunity for you then to go out to them and say, you're running this campaign, there's a really great chance for you not only to donate to our charity, but actually maximize the impact you're having. And through this campaign, you can multiply the effect that your funding could give. So it's a really great opportunity then to start having those conversations with partners who may have been thinking about it, but this is a great opportunity to just get them over the line. And as on this slide says, we ran a campaign of NET, and they saw that the average donation increased by over 24% when their donors were redirected to Big Give's match funding campaign that they were running on our platform. We at Big Give run a variety of webinars and trainings to help support our charity partners really maximize the opportunity. And through that, we've seen that there's been such a growth in the skills that our charity partners have been able to learn because they've taken part in this campaign. And whether you're running a campaign with Big Give or choosing to kind of go into digital fundraising for the first time, this is a really great option to test something new within your organization. Potentially you're looking to grow your social media followers and access new donors that way. This is a really great chance to kind of engage donors in a different way, specifically if traditionally all of your fundraising has been done offline. So potentially something new. And then also, again, accessing those training resources that Big Give have, but also in general, across just the internet, so many organizations now provide free digital training and resources to really help you not only maximize your fundraising campaigns, but get more aware of digital and how to take advantage of it to really reach those new audiences in different ways, specifically younger audiences who are all very much online now. And what we saw from our Christmas challenge was that 94% of charities taking part used free resources that were given to them on the Big Give platform, and 64% attended at least one of those webinars. So again, a really great opportunity if you're looking to increase the skills within your teams. Another thing we see from our campaigns is that they're really just a great opportunity to raise your profile, and particularly when thinking about joining together with lots of different amazing organizations working in either the same sector or different sectors, but joining together to create a really big movement that gets it into people's attention. As we all very much know, the digital world moves very fast, and it can be really difficult to find a bit of cut through and to make your charity stand out when there's so many others doing the same thing, or there's so much other news that's kind of the focusing that attention away from what your charity is doing. So joining together with lots of different charities in a match funding campaign on Big Give in particular could really help to get that cut through and share light about what your charity is doing, and also this great doubling donations opportunity. But also it can be a way to build morale, both internally within your teams and externally across your networks. a chance to be part of something bigger, and also just something new to shout about, to share both with your audiences about this just great opportunity that your charity is taking part in. And we've seen that 86% of charities participating in one of our campaigns reported an increase in confidence in online fundraising because of taking part in the campaign. And the last thing that we measure results on is just overall impact. And this stat is, well, this first line is taken from one of our reports that we did a few years ago, but we found that more people give, and people give more when their donations are matched. And we believe that is the case because there is that just great incentive of getting essentially a buy one free deal, of getting more for your money. And throughout after every campaign that we do on Big Give, we provide a report, a survey for charities to fill out, and then share their experiences of taking part in the campaign. So some of the stats that you see on the slide currently are all accumulation of all of those results from our charity partners from our 2022 Christmas Challenge. So from here, we've seen that 73% received more donations. So particularly if you're looking to, again, increase your donor base, this could be a really great opportunity to reach those new supporters. 96% reported having no or only some digital fundraising experience, but 89% reported increased confidence in digital fundraising after the campaign. So again, really great results there. And of course, 92% were very satisfied with the return on investment. And what we find, that it does take a little bit of time, and you do have to involve your team members and really think about your comm strategy for campaigns like this. But that return on investment is well worth it, and you could have multiple goals and find that it's really worked well for your organization. I just wanted to share a quote that I actually recorded from one of our charity partners, who wrote that match funding, the match funding opportunity inspired our supporters to donate, knowing that their donation will help twice as many families. And the match funding opportunity was such a help to improve the response rate of their fundraising appeal, and also encourage larger average gifts as their supporters were inspired by that double impact messaging. And now I'll pass on to Sahil.
Thank you, Beth. We have some case studies to share with you, both on match funding and digital fundraising. So if we go to the next slide, it's by Hygiene, the Hygiene Bank. So they won one of our Christmas Challenge awards. So they actually won the award, Outstanding Charity Award winner in 2022. So how was their campaign so successful? Firstly, they led with that match funding messaging to their supporters. That was really key in all the comms that they sent out, in all the sort of social media posts, and just reinforced that opportunity for donors for their donation to go further than it normally does with that match funding offer. They created a comprehensive work plan to set weekly tasks for the 4 core members of the team leading on the campaign. So that's really important whenever you're running a digital fundraising campaign, to have a well-structured plan to follow, and it helps identify your goals and the milestones that you want to hit for your campaign. They engaged with their wider network to help promote the campaign. So this included their trustees, volunteers, and businesses in the network. Trustees for some charities can have really good networks, and it may be a case of a trustee might know someone who might know someone else who can give generously to the charity, or could turn into a major donor or a long-term supporter. So engaging with trustees is really great, and involving them in the campaign. Volunteers, they are the best advocates for your charity. They're the ones that volunteer for your charity. They really buy into the work you're doing. So really involving them in your digital fundraising campaigns is absolutely helpful. They're the ones that can help spread your message, help craft your messaging, because you can understand why they support your charity and tailor your messaging for your others, or for potentially new supporters. And finally, businesses, it could be businesses in your local area, and just engaging with them and making them understand the great work that you do, maybe in your local area, and how by supporting your charity, maybe it's by donating to you, or maybe it's just by having a poster in their place of work and to encourage maybe employees or customers to donate to your charity. So working with the wider network can help promote the campaign really effectively. The charity had a really great targeted comms plan, including a report into hygiene poverty that they built a lot of their comms around. So having this data just helped reinforce some of the work that they were doing and the need for people to donate to their organization. They had targeted engagement, especially in their direct mail comms. So they segmented their audience database, and they were able to send tailored messaging to those different types of audiences, and that just is more effective than just sending a general email or general direct mail to all your supporters, which probably doesn't feel as personal as segmenting your database does. And they used a variety of content to engage with supporters during the campaign. They had videos, images, graphics, and they were using different social media channels to engage with their supporters during the campaign week, which was really effective and just kept potential supporters engaged with their campaign and helps share their posts. If we go on to the next slide. The next one is by a charity called Enmite. So they participated in the Christmas challenge last year as well. And they had some really fantastic engagement with the match funding offering. And this again can be for your own match funding campaign, whether it's with the Big Give or not. And this can you can probably experience the effects of how match funding can affect your donors. So one of their donors was so determined to see the campaign succeed that they increased their donation from £500 to £5,000 so that the charity could access all of the match funding. One donor had planned to donate £500 in November, but when they heard about the match funding offer, they actually waited, and then they increased the donation to £1,000, and they donated during the campaign week. And finally, one lapsed donor attended one of their events, and off the back of that event and the match funding offer, they donated £2,000. So they've started re-engaged with the charity, and they've actually turned into a long-term major donor for the charity. So I think and we have quantitative and qualitative data which shows this, is that match funding not only encourages people to give, it encourages them to give more. And so, sorry, if we go back to the previous slide. So the charity's advice is just to make the most of the match funding message. It is a powerful incentive for people to give. They say, be bold with your ask and have confidence in your campaign. It's a fantastic opportunity for donors and supporters who will welcome the chance to have their gift doubled. And one Enmite ambassador said, when the match funding was announced, there was an offer to have gifts doubled up to £30,000, then I could not wait to persuade Hereford businesses to get involved. This is not just a fundraising opportunity, but a chance to raise awareness, and my goodness, it worked so well. If we go on to the next slide. It's from the Brain Tumor Charity. So we give charities also the opportunity to run their own match funding campaigns on our website, where the charity's own network provide the match funds, and they use our website as a way to facilitate that campaign. So the Brain Tumor Charity, they ran a match funding campaign with us in August 2021, which raised over £125,000. And the original target was £120,000. Over 600 people donated during the campaign, with an average donation of £109 over the week-long campaign. These donations were then matched by Blue Cube Technology Solutions. James Hawker, chief executive of that organization that provided the match funding, said, the principle of match funding is brilliant, I think, as it isn't a simple donation. It helps support philanthropy and the generosity of others who are passionate and putting in their effort to make a difference, especially when it is to fund potential game-changing and indeed life-changing trials that could have a positive impact in so many people's lives who are affected by brain tumor. The charity themselves said, we were blown away by the response to our fundraising campaign. The generosity shown could have potential life-saving impacts. We're so excited to see the results of the campaign, and this project having match funding for the campaign was a real boost, especially in the current financial climate. We have some donors who have specifically asked to be notified should we host similar campaigns in the future, as they were so thrilled to have their gift doubled. Since 2020, the Brain Tumour Charity has raised over £390,000 across their 3 of their own match funding campaigns. Match funding has helped them engage with donors, and this appeal saw a 170% increase in the number of donations made compared to their first match funding campaign. So it's also a case about just building from a starting position and building your sort of fundraising capabilities and your campaign sizes over time. And those are the case studies. So I think we can go on to the next slide, which is some common questions that we get.
Yeah, so I thought me and Sahil would just answer a few of these common questions, so you're just aware a bit more about Big Give. So Sahil, I'll ask this one to you. Who are our champion funders?
Yeah, so it's a mixture of philanthropists, so individual philanthropists, businesses, and trusts and foundations. And yeah, we source our match funds from our own network who provide these match funds for charities. And for our Christmas Challenge campaign, we shared the details of the match funders with charities. And I'd also like to note that the Big Give now is in a position to offer match funding to charities in its own right. So we are also a match funder now. Beth, do we support small charities?
So yes, is the answer. Most of our campaigns at the moment require charities to have a minimum annual income of £25,000, and that's simply just because that's when the Charity Commission requires charities to upload accounts, and we need to review those accounts to allow charities to take part. But the majority of charities that actually take part in our campaigns tend to have an annual income below £500,000. Do you have the exact percentage, Sahil?
Yeah, so 2/3 of the participating charities are what we call small to medium-sized charities. The median income is about £500,000. So we're definitely, we have had charities right at the sort of £25,000 income bracket take part in our campaigns and make great successes of them.
That's great. And what changes have you seen in the giving trends and charity success over the years?
We have been surprised that, first of all, the demand for our campaigns has grown. We're getting year-on-year application growth across all of our campaigns. So I think charities are really seeing the power of match funding. And we've seen that charities that have taken part in multiple campaigns have been increasing their campaign targets over time. So I think, again, that's just reinforcing the power of match funding. I think what we have also seen is the rise in the importance of digital fundraising, especially since the pandemic. And going back to that point about building the resilience of organizations. So we've seen that grant giving has become higher in demand. So having a donation avenue for your supporters is really important. So charities are being more sophisticated in how they're using their digital channels, how they're targeting donors. And I think that's really key. I think over the next few years, it's just going to be aware of the economic climate and trying to manage donor appetite for giving. And probably over the next 12 months, the ask will be a bit softer than they have been over the last few years, just because of the tough economic times. But there is still a lot of opportunity out there.
And I think what we've seen from our campaigns as well in more recent ones is that some charities may have experienced a less number of donors actually donating to their campaign, but they received a higher number of donation, like the donation amount, from a smaller number of donors, if that makes sense. So something to really consider and quite interesting, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. And so if a charity is new to Big Give, what campaign would you recommend, Beth?
Yeah, so this is very much dependent on your charity and what sector you work in, but we have a number of sector-specific campaigns that we run throughout the year. These are themed campaigns. So, for example, we have a Green Match Fund that's for environmental charities. We have a new Arts for Impact campaign launching next year, which is for arts and culture organisations. So if you are a charity working within one of the themed campaigns that we run, I would definitely encourage you to have a look at one of those, because it's a great opportunity for you to take advantage of the champion supporters that we work with and potentially unlock funding. But also I would definitely encourage our Christmas Challenge as well. It's our biggest campaign that we run in the year. It's the most amount of charities that we support of any of our campaigns. And this is a really great opportunity to really maximize and take advantage of the media and the awareness that runs around this campaign. So particularly if you're a charity looking to increase their supporter network or trying to test fundraising, match funding for the first time, I think that's a really great option for you. So it's definitely something different depending on the charity, but I would definitely just encourage you to explore our match funding campaigns that we have on our website. In terms of Big Give and costs, how do we cover our costs whilst also being a charity?
Yeah, great question. So it's completely free for charities to create an account with us, apply and participate in our campaigns. The way that the Big Give cost works, firstly, there is a card processing fee on any donations you receive through the Big Give platform. So it's standard practice across any card payment. We have to cover the card processing costs. You can find out about those fees on our website if you visit biggive.org and click on about and then our fees. And then what we do ask is that donors leave an optional tip to the Big Give when they're making a donation, and this is how we cover our running costs. And then anything in excess of our running costs and reserves goes back into providing match funds for charities. What are the benefits of running match funding through Big Give compared to just running our own campaign?
Because I'm going to plug Big Give a bit more, but a lot of the benefits that I mentioned before all relate to Big Give, and we've seen those through all of our charity partners, just success rates of running match funding campaigns on our platform. Across the board, affect all of the charities that take part. We think it's a really great option to access the training, the resources that we provide, especially as we are specialists in match funding and we know how you can really maximize the campaign when you take part in a campaign with us. Again, that chance to increase profile because you're participating in a campaign that lots of charities are also taking part in, and also just, again, unlocking funding that potentially you may not have been accessed before because of the range of amazing champion partners that support us and essentially come to Big Give and say, you know, we have this funding and want to support charities through the platform. So really, again, a great opportunity in this difficult fundraising climate to get in touch with those partners. So Sahil, if a charity is interested, what's next?
Great. Yeah, if you are interested as a charity, you can register an account with us. As mentioned, it's completely free to register an account, apply and take part in our campaigns. So just head to our website and click on the login button, and then there'll actually be a link there to register if you're not already registered with us. When you register an account with us, you will automatically be added to our mailing list to hear about future match funding opportunities. And then, yeah, you can start planning ahead for next year. We have a blog piece on our website, which has the outlines of our campaign dates for next year. The Arts for Impact, as Beth mentioned, is a new campaign for next year, and the applications are already open for that, and they will close in December. So if you're an arts charity, please do check it out. The Green Match Fund runs in April, and the applications for that will open at the start of November. And Kind to Mind is our mental health focused campaign, match funding campaign, and the applications for that will open in January, and the campaign will run in March. So those are some really great opportunities for charities to get involved with us.
Thank you. It's lovely to be able to present to you and share more about Big Give. And please do Send us your questions if you have any following this webinar. You can contact us at hello@biggive.org, and we'd be happy to speak to you and answer those questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
And thank you. Great stuff. That was good. I love match giving stuff. Do you know, I always had great experiences with it, and running and training. It was always something that people found really interesting, because I'll come to the chat in a second, but I think people often think of match giving as something that much bigger organizations do. It's something that small to medium charities maybe don't have access to. But in reality, that's not the case, because there's small and medium businesses who would be looking for exactly something like that. But also because of organizations like the Big Give, who actually provide those opportunities to small charities as well. So definitely something worth looking at. We would love to get your feedback on that session and all sessions throughout the day. Under the chat box, you will see a little polls button. If you click that, it'll just ask for your feedback, what your key takeaways are, and we would love to hear, and obviously our speakers would love to hear. Remember, we are fully led by you, our attendees, our members, people who enjoy our content. So we really appreciate that feedback, and it shapes our future conferences. Of course, if you have any suggestions, or there's any particular topics you want to see covered, or any particular speakers you want to see covered, we're always listening to that. So especially to our members, thank you to our members. Please do keep in touch with what support you need. But anyone really, we'd love to get your feedback on that stuff. So we're coming up to our next session shortly, but just a couple of things to remind you about. I'll just take this opportunity because we have a couple of minutes. Unfortunately, Beth and Sahil couldn't be here for a live Q&A, but do feel free to send over any questions to them. As they said, they're a very helpful bunch. So just seeing in the chat box, yeah, there was a comment there from Matt about setting it up, working well, and I have heard really good experiences about this. I'm always interested to hear what the time consumption is, how much you have to put into this. But actually, I think there is a lot of support there to make it much easier for you, and you can have some really big wins with not a lot of time. But and anyone who wants to share in that chat box, I would love to hear kind of how you found your experience managing the time of that Big Give, and how you got through that. Alice from the Kids Cancer Charity, hello Alice, made the point about the small charities question was a good one. And yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think this is something that really does apply to small charities. I think there's that level of matching, in the other sense of the word, matching with organizations, businesses who are kind of at your level. And it can be disheartening sometimes to see big charities always on TV and all around, and it feels like they're the ones making all the noise and getting all the attention. But just remember, they have much bigger targets. They have much bigger partners and income to bring in. And so, essentially what they're doing can be done on that smaller scale. So I think it's just about not trying to measure yourself up against someone who's just in a different, category from you. You look at organizations your size, what they're doing, look at businesses around you who are in that sense. And it works. The good fundraising we do in big charities, it still works in small charities. So yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, a couple of thank yous there and other people in the chat box. So thank you everyone for interacting there. We're coming up to our next session where you'll be able to answer more questions again, and we'll be talking about optimizing your online donation experience. I love these sessions, so I'm looking forward to this one. But remember, you can move between the rooms. We've got room 1, room 2 button down there below. I won't be totally offended if you leave the room. I'll be partially offended. You know what I'm like. I'm super sensitive. But don't forget also you'll have access to the recording. So if you do miss any of our sessions, come back to the same event page after the event and you'll be able to access those. Ticket holders will be able to access the recordings for 30 days and our members will be able to access them as long as you're a member. So do check that out. Right, should we go to our next session? Yes, let's do it. Okay, is there any other housekeeping stuff I need to tell you before I do? No. Sorry, I'm a bit all over the place. Do you know what happened to me? I'll tell you. My laptop exploded this morning, 20 minutes before the conference. So I'm on my backup laptop, which is why I'm flustered. And there's always a reason I'm flustered, isn't there? Okay, so we're going to be talking now about optimizing your online donation experience with Martin Gill and Alex Meller. They are here from Homemade Digital. And I love this session because what they're going to show is these actual things that you can basically steal and take away today and implement in your own organization, and it works. These are always my favorite kind of sessions where it's just like, here's 5 ways you can do this, and then you immediately go do it and it works. So what we're going to do now is hopefully we're going to bring on Alex and Martin. Let's just see if they are here with us. Hello, Martin and Alex.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I was introducing you as Alex and Martin, but I see now it's Martin and Alex. Martin, you are the gentleman on the left. Is that correct?
Yeah.
You've confused me even more. Well, either way.
Yeah, we've got it as confusing as we possibly can. That was the main aim.
We've
achieved that.
We like that with online events. How are things in Homemade Digital world?
Very good, thank you. Yes. How are things in the land of fundraising everywhere on this?
Busy.
Yes.
Yeah, busy always, and mixed messages. What's the vibe from your clients around individual giving? How are we looking this year? What are you feeling?
Really, I think your mixed messages comment is very accurate. We're finding that there are people who are having some real challenges with, for example, regular giving recruitment. Other people finding that their individual giving campaigns are working very well. Some people having great success in community fundraising. Other people having a real problem with that. So I think there's a combination of cause. Some are doing better than others and seem to be able to get continued cut through despite the economic situation. And also propositions. Certain things feel a bit tired at the moment, perhaps. We're seeing in the Australian marketplace certain bits of virtual fundraising that used to be extremely popular 2020, 2021, now perhaps feels a bit sort of like that's what we did when we had COVID. So people looking to go back to in real life experiences and that kind of good stuff. So quite a varied set of insights at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, COVID seems like years ago, but there is definitely a mood change. And obviously with all the events going on in the world right now, it's hard to know what trends are going to happen. I mean, it's kind of impossible to predict anything going forward the next year, is it? But you are going to help us through our online donations at the very least, aren't you?
We're going to do a little bit of that. Yeah, I think we've got about 14 hours worth of content we're going to cram into 20 minutes. And to your point, Simon, hopefully there'll be things that people can take away and there's things that might trigger some questions. So we're very happy. I'll put some details up at the end in terms of how people can get in touch with us and overcome the fact that we may have quite a lot of content and we're going to stick through quite a bit of it. If there's questions or there are key things that people would like to understand more details about, very happy to help out.
Amazing. Thank you. Well, I'll leave you to it. Everyone, please do throw your questions in the chat box. And I'm sure Alex and Martin very kindly, if anyone wants to reach out to them afterwards, do reach out to them because sometimes that can be good if we are short of time. But I'm going to shut up now and I'll hand it straight over to you guys. Best of luck. See you now.
Thank you very much indeed, Simon. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to see if we can work out how to move slides backwards and forwards, which appears to be something that's a little bit beyond. There we go. We're in. Let's see if we can get this to happen. Yes. Woo! It's happening. So welcome over the first hurdle of making use of technology, which is always a challenging thing for any agency that appears to be based around technology. I'm Martin Gill, the co-founder of Homemade and MD at Homemade, and I'm joined today by Alex.
Yeah, I'm Alex, and I'm an account director at Homemade.
Thank you, Alex. A little bit of background around Homemade and what we do. We were founded in 2008. We have a fabulous team in the UK. We have a fabulous team in Australia and a team in New Zealand. One of the key things is we really enjoy being able to take insights across those different markets and blend them together, enabling people in the UK to benefit from what we're seeing down south and people down south to see what we're doing up in the UK. Our entire existence as an entity and agency is just about helping charities raise more money, do more of their good work. And we tend to use technology and creativity as the tools to achieve that. We are blessed by a lovely group of clients and we solve all kinds of different problems for them. But the ones that you may be more closely aligned with are such things as trying to raise some more money. As Simon mentioned, there are some significant challenges. We'll talk about that in terms of some context in a moment. We do also help organizations with their digital products. So that might be re-platforming something that's getting a little bit long in the tooth, helping take advantage of some new technology that you've acquired, or optimizing experiences where you currently perhaps see some issues around conversion. We've got a great team of folk led by Julia who help out with the UX and the conversion side of what we do. We have Rob who works around the creative stuff with all the folk who do all the crayoning work. And then also Ben heads up the tech team within our world to make sure that all of your applications and other things work brilliantly. So that's probably just about enough to do with the land of Homemade. Today, we've got 9 things to talk about. Simon mentioned the fact that hopefully you can steal some of them. We'll talk a bit more about the ones that are easily stealable, and then we'll also talk about the things where it might be worth you doing a little bit more testing of your own. We are going to start with exactly what Simon said as well, which is we're in a strange time. We've got horrendous things happening in various parts of the world. We want to be very mindful of the fact that that means our supporters are going to be receiving requests for support from all kinds of different causes. People very rarely just subscribe to one organization and have a focus on one issue. At the same time, we're in a place where things to do with regular gift attrition, I mentioned that just now. Sometimes we're seeing people finding it very hard to keep hold of their regular donors. Other organizations finding great success with online acquisition for regular giving. We're also finding that people are very concerned about the increase in online fraud, which means they're concerned about whether charities will look after their data professionally and that kind of thing. So within the context of some significant challenges, both in terms of the economy, the wider context of the world that we're living in at the moment, and the joys of things like AI potentially stealing everybody's job tomorrow, we are definitely in a place where one of the key challenges is to try to make as much as we can of the things that we already have access to. So our objective today is to show you some top-line ways through a donor journey that we've found small tweaks can make a real difference to the impact of it. Over to Alex for a little bit of a health warning.
Yep. So health warning, caveat, I suppose, just to say that we've got lots and lots of different examples in here, and important to acknowledge that not all donor journeys behave in the same way. Not all organizations have the same goals. However, it's important to experiment, to test, and the examples that we've given are the outcomes of some of the things that we've tested over the years and some of the lessons that we've learned. And also to acknowledge that in order to do this, in order to test and learn, you will require some tools and platforms. So we've got a bit of information at the end about some of the tools and platforms that we've used in order to help us to get to the outcomes that we're presenting here.
Thank you very much. So 5 exciting ways to optimize your donor experience. There may be somewhere between 5 and 300 in the presentation. Forgive us if we don't get the figure exactly right. But our plan at the start was to give you a bit of an idea of the kind of journey that we see most donors going on when they engage with a charity. This is a very top-line diagram. What you'll come to realize is on the left-hand side where we talk about acquisition, or the right-hand side, since the screen seems to be slightly inverted, there are many different channels that people are acquiring donors through. That might be anything from trying to retain somebody that's got a different type of relationship with you, all the way through to engaging with Google search and various other things. We haven't tried to be exhaustive, but just to give you an idea, the journey starts with that acquisition piece. On the other end of the spectrum, we talk about next steps. We are very aware that if that person has come to you fresh, they may be in a situation where actually they begin a nurture journey that sits on some sort of marketing automation platform. There could be loads of places within that journey that you could optimize the experience and increase retention there. At the same time, they might be somebody who's supported you for years and years, and your objective as part of next steps might be to cross-sell an alternative kind of promotion to them. We're not trying to be exclusive with all of this kind of stuff, trying to give you an idea of the little places through this journey that we have seen some real value recently in terms of making some changes and the impact of those changes. So we are going to start with the joyous world of acquisition, a challenging place at the moment for many organizations because of the cost of acquisition. And Alex is just going to talk about a couple of the things where we have found recently some real value in focusing energy from an acquisition point of view.
Yeah, so one of the things that we've noticed recently is this need for more creative, or more variety of, so more volume of creative, increased volume of creative, and more variety in the creative. For mainly the reason that Martin sort of alluded to there, we don't have the kind of transparency that we once had, because an outcome of iOS 14 and the changes that Apple have made, and other changes to privacy policies by the platforms that own the data and where the customers are. So we found a need to increase the amount and also try different ways of expressing things, different messaging, different propositions, and different ways to get these messages across visually. We found a need also to have different formats. So as well as still videos, videos. I think it will probably surprise nobody that videos are still generally performing better than still images. So more variation and variety there, and also more variety and diversity in terms of the channels that we're using. So we have typically relied upon Meta and the Meta suite of products, Meta being Facebook, Instagram. And actually, because of the rise and the cost of acquisition, we're finding that there's a bit of a need to revert back to where we were before, when marketing mixes were generally more diverse, and things like TV and radio and print and other channels were a part of that mix have actually been replaced by Facebook. We're starting to revert back, but in terms of the traditional versions of those channels, so the TV and the radio and the digital equivalents, which might be YouTube or podcasts, so that diversity and mixing up the mix is helping us to kind of try and cut through and to acquire some customers in a less expensive way as Facebook typically. And the final point here is just around AI, again, just a nod to the buzz that we're all hearing around that, and trying to understand what that actually means and what AI can practically do for us today. But I think what we do know is it's not currently taking the role of a digital fundraiser, but it may be useful in trying to find some ways to help it improve processes and workflows as well at the moment. So
Yeah,
we're experimenting with that.
I think we see it as a sturdy intern option. So within stuff like Facebook at the moment, if you're going to run an automated campaign, the AI tools might give you some inspiration that you haven't seen via another route or you haven't thought of yet, but they're not necessarily going to provide the best optimal outcome compared to the middle point here, the Conversions API gateway. We've seen some really strong value in connecting this into both registration processes for participants and donor journeys. We've been led to believe, certainly from a UK perspective, that is a GDPR compliant thing. That's definitely a question mark for you to discuss with your data protection crew. Reassured that it is, adding it and getting the tracking in place within your key journeys to make sure that Facebook can help you target the right groups of people and understand those groups better has significantly reduced the cost of acquisition in a couple of places. So that's a Conversions API gateway from Facebook, worth exploring, and certainly something that we've seen significantly grow the effectiveness of our marketing activity. I'm going to have a 2-second version around landing pages, which is a slightly convoluted delight. The first thing to say is years ago, we would definitely be recommending people to make use of landing pages as part of a journey if you're acquiring a cold donor. It gives somebody a lot more context about your appeal. It helps them answer questions that might otherwise block their contribution in some way or leave them confused. We're now in a position where gloriously various suppliers, whether that's kind of Raisley, Fundraise Up, various other folk, offer you widgets that you can perhaps put into different pages. And we also produce platforms for our clients where perhaps a widget is step one of a journey. What we've seen in that case is that you can make almost any page into a landing page by adding the widget for the donor journey at the top end of the journey. I would say that there are certain situations where that does perform really well, especially for those people who are less connected to your mission and need a bit more information about what's going on. There are other situations, for example, for the DEC, where because the wider world is doing the job of explaining the problem that somebody is there to try and help with, it's actually better for us to land somebody into a single page donation form rather than trying to perhaps take them on a slightly more widgety journey. As Alex mentioned at the start, all of these insights will be more or less relevant to your platforms, to your audience, or to your proposition. So it's worth exploring how the addition of a landing page or the use of a widget within a page may significantly increase conversion. There may also be opportunities perhaps to look at this from a point of view of saying, realistically, a sort of long form donate journey page may work better in certain situations. I'm going to talk a little bit about the key things, to Simon's point, that you might be able to steal from the presentation and race off and do, hopefully, within your own donor journeys. In each of these instances, we've found some real value in making these changes. Hats off to the folk at Next After as well. If you're not already part of their world and receiving their emails, one of their crew is presenting today, and it's definitely worth exploring some of the things that they do, the experiments that they regularly do. I would say then, back to Alex's point, it's worth looking at which elements might work for you, for your proposition, for your website. Not everything works all the time for everybody, but it's definitely worth keeping an eye on what they're up to. One of the things we are driven by as far as optimization is concerned is a sense that the supporters for any given organization have a set of pre-existing expectations. They are established in the marketplace more by commercial entities than by other charities. People expect your donation journey to be as secure, simple, engaging, intuitive as something that they would find within the commercial world. That's where they are enjoying their e-commerce experiences more frequently than they are within the charity world. We want to be able to cherry pick the best bits of those e-commerce experiences and transport them across to the wonderful world of charity. To that end, we are very excited about adding personalization into journeys. We're also very excited about adding promo elements. So on this quick screen grab, the very top of the page is a direct call to action from a chief executive of the organization. Below that, you've got a very simple piece of navigation, so there aren't other sections of the site to distract people. And under that, you've got a donor scroll of recent contributions, giving you an idea of the kind of money that people are contributing and the fact that the appeal is successful. We have seen each of those three things: the addition of a promo bar, the personalized welcome, stripped back navigation, and a donor scroll added at the right place on the journey. Each of them lifts conversion 2 to 3%. By adding all of them in, that has a knock-on effect on a much larger nature. And even on mobile devices, if you structure that nicely, you can end up in a place where these things don't take up too much of the top-end real estate of the page, but each of them provides a function in helping to lift either direct conversion or average gift. The welcome Martin element on the donation form there is something that's facilitated by personalized URLs. They may come off a QR code that you've put into somebody's DM pack. They may come from a tracked link that you've got in an email. What it allows us to do is some very clever things further down the donor journey. Some of that can be powered by machine learning to take advantage of wider populations of data. Some of it could simply be driven by the same data selection that you would use for your direct marketing outreach. Either which way, we've found welcome or welcome back to that person who's arriving on the donation page absolutely drives up the conversion through the rest of the process. What you need to be mindful of is you don't want a string of things sitting in the URL that are personally recognizable information. That is a very bad thing. What you do want perhaps is a unique identifier that can allow the front-end donation experience to pre-populate something based upon data that you've already got for that participant or that donor. A little bit further down the page, just to be clear here about the thing to do with the landing page, we've also seen that a limited amount of information at the very top end of the donor journey saves people getting a little bit too focused on the minutiae of the situation. However, if they've got questions, we definitely want that content to be on the page somewhere. So at the moment, it sits below the donor interaction and allows people to think of a question and go and find the answer in that space rather than feeling they have to go out and visit other parts of the internet. I mentioned about things that you can immediately pick up. 3 or 4 things that we've found really valuable recently. Number one, limiting the number of options that sit within your gift array. There are various platforms or services out there that might have 4, 5, 6 options. Less choice, but some choice is really valuable. Pre-selecting one of the amounts is really valuable in terms of uplift of the average gift that you get through. Making sure that the average gift that you're offering to somebody realistically within the gift array aligns with the contributions you're seeing in somewhere like Google Analytics. And also providing a little bit of extra social proof. So we've got the scrolling bar at the top that shows donors who've come in. We add the little flash to say today's most popular amount or the most popular amount. It won't come as a huge surprise to know that often the most popular amount is the middle value that sits in the gift array. We add a description in that space to help people understand the impact of their contribution. Importantly, we also add the opportunity for them to choose their own amount. And below that, we have a button that's got 2 elements that are important. The first is the padlock sign to provide reassurance about the fact that this is a secure contribution. The second is the little chevron to one side, potentially each of those elements animated to help. Sorry, it's difficult to show that on a PDF. But the objective then is to give people reassurance and also explain to them that that's the button to press to take the next action. Underneath that, we have a list of cards that are available to be processed. Saves people going so far through the journey and then finding they can't use their card of choice or their payment type of choice, whether that's Apple Pay, American Express, or whatever else it might be. And then, to my earlier point, further down the page, we can start to display more of the story about where the appeal is going to be making an impact in the world. By using personalization, we're able to understand somebody's previous donation level. We're able to understand the kind of appeals that they have contributed to. And we might then customize the donation array specifically so that the amount that they see either aligns with something that they have seen within a DM pack, the amount that they have seen via an email, or the amount that they have previously contributed to an appeal of a similar sort to your organization. This kind of optimized, personalized presentation of a gift array really significantly lifts the amount that you raise. It also aligns with somebody's expectation that may have been set by a previous appeal, and it gives you an opportunity to do more testing. So you can present different options to groups within certain segments prior to running the wider appeal, see what works most strongly, optimize your gift array then for the wider push that you might do, whether that's doing some testing initially on EDM and then pushing out your DM packs, or the other way around, depending upon what your audience prefers. There's about 17, 18 different bits of these donation forms where we would run tests and optimize things. That might range from the button color. In this instance with Save the Children, we obviously use red because it's one of the core colors of Save the Children. We would often, for other organizations, actually find that a blue, green, or orange button is going to perform better for that action. Those aren't part of the Save the Children brand colorways. So you'll see stuff perhaps in certain instances where it might not necessarily be our sense of best possible colorway or experiment. There are some limitations that come through working with certain brands, DEC similarly, and others in the world that have red as their primary color. I'm just going to quickly hand over to Alex to talk a bit about mobile wallets.
Yeah, so we're continuing to add different ways to pay, to accept transactions, and we're increasingly seeing people use these alternative ways of paying. By reference, for a recent DEC appeal, we saw around 25% of payments taken through PayPal, 15% roughly for Apple Pay, a much smaller percentage for Google Pay, but people using that option as well. And we've seen generally that having this array of choices can both increase conversions through the recognition associated with the brand of Apple or Google or PayPal, and the trust that that people have with those brands to handle their finances and their transactions, and also increasing the principal amount of the donation. So actually not just taking one payment in a different way, but also people who may not have chosen to donate before are choosing to donate in this instance because of the ease in which they can do that versus having to take out the card and add the details from the front and the back and their address and everything else. So yeah, we've seen some positive signs that actually just adding these options can do both increase conversions and increase donations.
And it brings with it a little bit of a challenge. I mentioned earlier on, Julia heads up the UX side of stuff. Obviously, the more options you have in terms of ways to pay, the more challenging it is to produce a simple interaction where people can see that those options are available to them, but also choose them at the right time. And by choosing, for example, Apple Pay, where you may not have to add all of your address details, you don't want to necessarily then push them through exactly the same form fields that you would if somebody had chosen to pay via their debit card. So to Alex's point, having those services available has really significantly changed conversion rate and uplifted donations. It's worth thinking about how you're collecting the right types of information at the right point in the journey so that you're not overloading somebody who is expecting to have a quick and easy journey because they want to use PayPal or they want to use Apple Pay. Quickly, just on the joys of thanking, it's worth two little bits and pieces here. We are in a place now where, strangely, from some recent research, younger donors are more inclined to want to hear from an organization about how that organization has acted as a conduit to make change in the world. They'd like to be thanked for their contributions. They'd like to be recognized for their donation. We try to produce interesting moments where the confirmation page within the donor journey references what somebody has done, but also provides an upsell opportunity to another proposition for that organization. In this instance, on the left-hand side for Dogs Trust is the confirmation page that we would show to somebody at the moment. It's clear how much they've given. We're thanking them directly and it's personalized. And at the same time, we're offering them a relevant upsell to another proposition within Dogs Trust's world. Something we've seen from some recent research is that actually, given the economic situation at the moment, people are quite keen for a more flexible approach to how their ongoing donation or contribution to an organization might work. So on the right-hand side is an idea that we're exploring and hoping that at some stage, perhaps early next year, we might be able to get in, which is this idea of saying to somebody, would you like to, having made a single gift, potentially commit to a 3 or 6 month short-term ongoing contribution? So rather than a full-on regular giving relationship, a relationship that they might be willing to pause at some stage, no pun intended for Dogs Trust, or at the same time, they might want to continue and upgrade. The bonus of working with people like Stripe and Braintree and tokenized payments is that you have the flexibility to set up these effectively like a subscription relationship between your organization and your supporters. The easiest way to try to get somebody to establish that behavior, rather than saying, would you like to contribute to our work for the rest of your life, is a little tester. So a 3 month or a 6 month period. So we're interested to explore listening to the general public and their concerns about long-term commitment. What could we do as a cross-sell that might be a short-term commitment empowered or enabled through the joys of tokenized payments? At the same time, very quickly, what we do also find is there are still little gaps in journeys every now and then. I took part in a 10K run for cancer research, raised a bit of money. They very kindly sent me an email saying somebody has contributed to your fundraising page. They sent me another email saying, thank you for contributing to your fundraising page. On the right-hand end, they then also sent me an email which says, you haven't set up a fundraising page and you haven't raised any money. Where is it? This is something we see across a number of organizations where you've got data in different places. That might be data that's sitting on a third-party donation platform. It might be data that's sitting in a peer-to-peer fundraising tool. If somebody has contributed something to your organization and you can't see it, it's fundamentally difficult for you to do a good job of saying thank you. And if you don't do a good job of saying thank you, you run the risk of annoying that supporter. If you know the data's ropey, obviously the best thing to do is not send out something that might be wrong. It's better to pause, clean up the data, and then do something that you're confident with. Having said that, the final piece around next steps, I mentioned that there's all kinds of different ways that people might be wanting to move through this. Something that we've seen add really significant value to mid-tier and high net worth individuals is a personalized thank you, a little handwritten card, some other kind of interaction. It could be a telephone call. And off the back of that, understanding a bit more about the motivation that drove them to make a donation. Capturing that piece of information about their motivation and being able to play that back to them in the future, it really helps with moving people up the donor pyramid, increasing their propensity to give long-term, increasing the potential for them to become a legacy donor of some kind. But it all starts from something which is a lovely little bit of added value. I'm very aware that organizations like Alzheimer's are brilliant at this kind of thing. If you set up a tribute fund in memory of somebody, you get a lovely little handwritten card from one of the regional fundraisers to say thank you for doing that. It's not on their platform, but it is something that they've got access to the data with. They use it really well and it lands brilliantly, rather than being in the kind of situation I just showed where that disconnect in data leaves somebody feeling a bit strange about the contribution they've made to your cause. It's also worth highlighting here, as ever, we're living in a world where there are many different ways that somebody can make a difference in the world. So trying to direct your donors to a next action which might not be financial, rather than hammering them regularly for some kind of upsell to regular giving if they've come in on a singular gift. It might be that actually over a year, if you could engage them with some other non-fundraising action, if you could direct them to buy something, if you could direct them to take a political action of some kind, that will really help with a subsequent ask. And we've seen lovely lifts in that journey just by adding some extra actions in that are a non-financial basis. What I would say is it's hard sometimes to track the effectiveness of a really good nurture journey, or to track the effectiveness of a lovely little handwritten card. What it's not difficult to track is annoyed people coming to you saying, you've got this wrong, why is my data being used badly? So it's well worth the effort to have a go at doing something positive, even if you don't necessarily immediately hear back from somebody that it's landed beautifully. Over to Alex.
Yeah, very quick recap. Just to say, really, I suppose that this is just some of the many ways in which you can optimize your donor experience. What we're going to look at now are four areas, practical things you can do that actually could make a real difference to your end of year campaign. So these are the kind of lower hanging fruit, practical, actionable things you can hopefully take away today and maybe start to implement. So we're going to do those next.
Thank you very much. Conveniently, given as we've just appeared after the wonderful folk from The Big Give, and to hear Simon's points around smaller organisations trying to get funds together to help with matched giving, we definitely see both from a donation point of view and at the same time from a peer-to-peer fundraising point of view, there is a significant opportunity around having a bit of a matched fund against which you can ask your donors to contribute. You can ask your high net worth and mid-tier donors to build the actual pot of matched giving, perhaps, or work with somebody like The Big Give. So if you're going to do something between now and Christmas, it's really worth exploring whether you might be able to get 5,000, 10,000, 15,000 or £3 million worth of matched giving to lift that appeal. I've mentioned a bit about personalized URLs. If you've already got things like your DM out there and it's too late to change that, it would be hopefully not too late to add something a bit more personalized into things like your EDM campaign that might be working as a chaser around that print. At the same time, we've found real value in providing people who are doing community fundraising with little items that help link their supporters, the people they might be sitting in a cafe or bar with, across to their public fundraising page, which is what we use these little tags for. Alex has mentioned the value of adding tools like Apple Pay and PayPal into your world. If you don't already have those wallets on your donor journey between now and Christmas, there is enough time to add them. I would very highly recommend at least adding PayPal and Apple Pay. It can represent a significant lift to the amount that you're raising. And at this time of year, when more people come along and want to give, it's the right time to be doing it. Alex also mentioned at the top end that what's fundamentally important all the way through this is that you're able to run experiments, find what works for your cause, look at the different parts within your donor journey or your donation form and see which of those elements might be useful to change or to lift in some way, and through that increase conversion or the amount that you're raising. Google Optimize used to be a great tool to help with this. More recently, that's disappeared, sadly. So we're now in a place where most of our clients are making use of VWO. Those larger clients of ours that have a bigger budget and more of a focus on either innovation or split testing are making use of Optimizely. I would highly recommend you use your Christmas appeal as an opportunity to run some tests that will then inform what you might be doing into next year. So it's not just a case of increasing the performance of this year's appeal. It's also definitely a case of being able to learn more exciting things for next year as well. Wrapping up, conscious that we've tried to squeeze 1 million hours worth of exciting stuff into this short presentation. There's some real value in potentially having a chat about the type of platforms that you're using, how you can run experiments, the best ways of learning things quickly through those experiments. We've got a little guide to helping give you some more insight about the other areas within your donor page that you might want to learn from. And feel free to just send us a quick email at CRO or hello@Homemade Digital, and we will send that out to you. Likewise, we love the process of reviewing things that people have live at the moment. So the first 3 folk who send us a quick email to cro@homemadedigital.com, we will do a quick free review for you to point out 3 or 4 or 5 places on your donor journey that we reckon you could make some changes to help you raise more cash. That, I think, is all we're here, all the time we have. Thank you very much indeed, Simon, for all of your help introducing things at the top end of this. Hope that everybody has a good rest of conference. Thank you, Alex, for all of your sharing bits as well. Thank you to the Homemade team. And most importantly, thank you to our clients for helping us run these kind of experiments, learn these things, and hopefully share that insight with more folk across the sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sirs. I really appreciate that. I hope you don't mind sticking around for a couple minutes, just throw a couple questions out. Thank you. And I'll leave that. I'll leave your contact details up there, so people can definitely get in touch. And remember, those first 3 people will get the review of the donation form, which I always find is really, really helpful. Which I suppose leads me to my first question, the most important question, because you definitely had more than 5 things packed in there. I mean, you're a bit cheeky. You had a lot in there, and I think that the instinct then, especially if you're a smaller charity, or like most fundraisers, feeling overworked and you know, there's way more that they could do than they have time to do. What do you think the next steps are coming out of this presentation? How do you start to prioritize which of these ideas you can put out, or which area you need to focus on? What would you be doing if you're in a small organization like that?
First thing is I'd be double checking that I've got access to a platform that allows me to run these kind of tests. So if my donation form is a bit creaky, if I've got something that's a bit long in the tooth and I've been meaning to change it, the reality is that your supporters are heading in a digital way, being led by their e-commerce interactions. Now's the time to jump ship and find something better. And in moving to something better, move to something that does embrace the idea of running tests and allows you to customize elements within that flow. I think previously people have been scared to do that because there's a sense it costs a lot of money and it's a difficult thing to do. There are brilliant platforms out there like Raisely that allow you to get access to effectively free support and services. And in the process of doing that, if you've got an agency to help you or you've got in-house capabilities, you can customize that journey. So part one, make sure you've got the right tools. That includes getting Google Analytics GA4 up and running. That includes perhaps getting VWO up and running. If you don't want to do any of those things and you've got a horrible experience at the moment, I'd definitely head to somebody like Raisely Fundraising, one of the platforms that offers you a really nice widget-friendly donor journey instead of whatever you might be using at the moment that could be a bit creaky. We're heading to Christmas, great opportunity to recover any investment that you might make in that move. At the same time, if you stick with what you got and it's not working very well for you, Christmas is a great time to lose out on the opportunity to nurture new people into next year.
You made a really good point there, and you kind of peppered it throughout the presentation. These suppliers, you know, these platforms and people that support that, sometimes we think of them as kind of them, don't we? But actually, they're very helpful. And when you actually talk to people like Raisely, it's in their interest for you to raise more. So they're gonna try, you know, take some of this work away from you, hopefully, by supporting you in ways that maybe you're missing out. Isn't that right?
Totally. But also, we've got access to a different set of platforms now compared to where we were 10 years ago. There are more games in town. Those games have realized, to your point, that actually if they want to make money as a business, they have to help charities raise more money. So ultimately, they are happy to help out. They'll take some of the pain away that would otherwise be a blocker to people getting access to these kind of platforms. They don't tend to have a fee structure that involves the charity having to chip in. It's covered by tips or other interactions with the donors. And they have a much freer attitude to data. So one of the important things around personalization, thanking people, understanding and tracking what's working, you need access to that data. You can't have it stuck somewhere else that your CRM can't access. So even if you don't have a CRM, if you're super tiny as an organization, having access to a platform that can store those donor records and give you a chance to send an email out to them or trigger a nurture journey from that donation world is great. Obviously, if you're a bit of a larger charity and you've got your own marketing automation platform or you've got your own CRM, you want to be in a place where that stuff heads in quickly. You can make sure that somebody's record's updated and you can move them onto an appropriate journey. And if you're getting all roboty and excited, you could look at some machine learning that sits at that level as well. So there's organizations like Dataru who will help you look through your database, understand the kind of behavior that might be triggered by certain points in somebody's journey, or look at the next best option for them. So yeah, you're absolutely right. We are now in a place where those platforms are much more supportive of your growth as an organization, and you can get a very good 70% perfect thing straight away out of the box. Add brand, add font. Obviously, if you want to get 100% perfect thing, doesn't exist. Let's go for 98 because we want to be always testing. But 98% is something you can achieve with a bit of help from maybe that supplier, an agency, somebody like us, or somebody in your team if they've got a bit of development skill to look at how you can add these different things in and optimize as you go.
I mean, it's a completely different world from 10 years ago, because it used to be you had to invest heavily to get access to even a CRM and some of these online tools, and then you had to pay for training. Whereas now there's lots of like free or at least cheap online training, and organizations like yours who are supportive, kind of in the run up to getting to a point where people are more comfortable and it's paying for itself.
Absolutely, and I think. I mentioned in the talk there, people like Next After who are out there actively running experiments all the time, brilliantly sharing them. They give you the chance to stand on the shoulder of giants who've been out there and done it before, so you don't have to necessarily make exactly the same mistakes. Having said that, it is definitely worth thinking about things in the context of your organization. To your point around having lots of stuff to consider, if you only looked at one thing, he says about to say two things. The stuff that has impact on your average gift and your conversion is going to be what that gift array looks like. So if you've got too many options and you're confusing people, if the amounts in that gift array are too low, you'll push the average gift down. If the amounts are too high, you'll drop conversion. Interestingly, there are still organizations out there that lead with the highest amount first, which consistently is proven not to work most effectively. I'm totally happy to put my hand up and say, I'm sure that's because they've run experiments and for their context, their audience, their appeal, it does work better. Or because actually their objective is simply the average amount of the cash gift, not the conversion of leads. But I would say get that bit right, and you're going to help make the business case to then extend your optimization into other places, whether it's the donor scroll header area or it's looking at next steps and thank you pages and that kind of stuff.
Baby steps. I mean, I think we all put pressure on ourselves to get 100% perfect straight away, but it's like if we can just make those little tweaks, it makes a difference incrementally. I'm very conscious of time, Alex. I want to give you one last word on because you mentioned something about AI, and AI is interesting me, especially we have our fundraising tech event next month, which dabbles in AI a bit. But you mentioned a really interesting thing about people viewing AI as almost like the intern. They're not going to do those kind of big brain things and make decisions, but some of the kind of little tasks in terms of saving our time. Do you agree with that? Is that how you view it when you approach it?
I think it's certainly capable of putting together something a lot more complex. I mean, you have uses where AI is now scraping kind of huge data sets and using that to as predictive analytics. So it's actually looking at the data, making its own informed decisions, and giving you a step-by-step of how to implement it. So I think it can do it. It can do areas of it. But at the moment, I think that's a pretty kind of daunting thing for people. So I think in terms of how we're seeing people now just first dip their toe into the water, I think maybe it's easier to think, how can this help me to enhance the things I'm doing already as a first step before going into the kind of super complex stuff of large data, organization, predictive analytics, and everything else, which I'm sure inevitably we will get to. It will get promoted from being the intern to being the kind of data analyst and strategist, but that's probably not the first step and where we are now.
But the ultimate goal is it's the CEO, so we don't have to deal with the CEO anymore.
Well, maybe, but then it might fire all of us.
Okay, we're getting into Terminator land now. So I'm gonna wrap it up there, and I'm just gonna say, gents, thank you so much again. That was really interesting. Thanks for your time, and hopefully we'll see you again soon.
Thanks for the share. Thank you very much indeed.
Take care, guys. Thank you. Speaking of AI and cutting edge, I know a gent coming up next, Craig Linton, and I bet he has some strong opinions of AI and fundraising, but I'm not going to put him on the spot. We're going to take a break first. So we've got about, we've got about a 10-minute break, just over 10 minutes. So we'll take a little 10-minute break, if you will. While you're on your break, well, I mean, who am I to tell you what to do with your break? But my suggestions for what to do with your break, you can look through the delegate bag. We've got some bonus items there from our speakers and sponsors and stuff we put in for you. Feel free to stay in the chat box and chat, share your own thoughts, your own experience on those last couple of sessions. Do take some time to click the polls button below, where you can give some feedback on that session. Like I said, we learn from you guys what you guys want to see, what you want to unpack a bit more. That's how we put together our program. So please absolutely do let us know. You could also pop into the networking room. The networking room button is down there. So feel free to jump into the networking room, see if anyone else is in there for a quick chat. Some of our speakers are popping in and out there, but also other attendees. But otherwise, I mean, it's 10 minutes. So go make yourself a cup of tea, do whatever it is you need to do. And we will be back with the one and only Craig Linton, and he'll be talking about supporters experience stuff. I'm always excited to hear this. So I will see you in 10 minutes.
once was conference held online that helped me reach some goals of mine. The crack was great, the speakers best, oh fundraising everywhere go. Ha! Soon may we learn from home with pets and tea and people we know. One day to better yourself we'll learn so much and grow. They've been around for many years, we've learned and laughed and shed some tears. A community I'm proud to know, oh fundraising everywhere go. Ha! Soon may we learn from home with pets and tea and people we know. One day to better yourself we'll learn so much and grow. Ha! Soon may we learn from home with pets and tea and people we know. One day to better yourself we'll learn so much and grow.
Planning virtual events has never been easier, thanks to Everywhere Plus. What is Everywhere Plus? We're a virtual events platform and project management service that works with companies, charities and not-for-profit organisations in the charity sector. We have the team and the tech to help you go virtual with all your important events. Online events are full of possibilities. We have a custom-built platform that includes hybrid events and video breakout rooms, as well as a space for sponsors to connect with attendees, multilingual hosting, not to mention polls and Q&A, including branded live stream, pre-recorded and live content, even a virtual recording studio, and so much more. If you want a virtual event, we create one that your audience will love. We run your tech so you don't have to. Get in touch with us today. Tell us more about your virtual event. Everywhere Plus.
Everywhere.
Fundraising 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 everywhere. You need to add me in there.
Hello, my friends. I hope you can hear me because my microphone has just exploded as well as my laptop. So I'm on an alternative microphone. Isn't it weird whenever you tune in? I'm always having some tech issues. You could say that's what happens every day. So welcome back to the Individual Giving, our 5th year of the Individual Giving Virtual Conference. My name is Simon Scriver. I am your host in room 3. Remember, we have 3 rooms of content today, which you can move between. But stay right here because we have Craig Linton coming up talking about the supporter experience. But remember, you have access to the recordings after the event. So if you're a ticket holder, you'll have access to all these recordings for 30 days and everything in the delegate bag. If you are a member, you get access as a member while you're a member, you get access to all of our events. You don't need to register for anything. It's all included as part of your membership package. If you are not a member, then look at the Become a Member button up there, or give that a click. And find out a bit more about being a member. It works out way cheaper than paying for tickets for our events. Plus, you get bonus access to bonus events, bonus members only monthly events, and lots more. So do check that out. Okay, I want to say thank you again to our sponsors. Let me just list these off. But remember, the sponsors are all down the bottom of the page. So please do take some time to look through those sponsors. They are organizations and people who can help, and they're all very supportive of the sector, which is why, thankfully, they're part of this so that we can put on events like this for us and get all of our speakers in here. So thank you so much to Just Giving, to Open, to Dataro, to Beautiful Insights, to Broccoli, to the Support Experience Collective, to GWD, Raisley, iRaiser, Ask Direct, Homemade Digital, and this platform provider that you're on at the moment, Everywhere Plus. But like I said, please look at all the sponsors below. We're very grateful to all of them, and do go through what they've provided in the delegate bag. Now, we are ready for our next session. So today we're going to be talking about support experience, and we have got the wonderful friend of Fundraising Everywhere, Craig Linton, on here to talk to us about it. So I'm going to bring Craig on because I haven't seen him in ages, and I'm just going to say hello to him before we kick off. Hello, Craig.
Hi, Simon. How are you doing? Good to be here.
I'm not too bad. How are you? You're not feeling 100%?
You can see my panda eyes. I'm a bit full of cold, but yeah,
No, you
struggling
look good.
through. Hopefully the voice will
You
hold
look
up.
good. You look good. How are you this year? What's the vibe out there with you, with your clients? What's your read of everything going on?
We're busier than ever, but like everyone, people are struggling. People are feeling the pinch, and we've got to be better than ever as fundraisers to earn the right for supporters to listen to us and to connect with them and hopefully to inspire them to give. But a big part of that, as well as creating great content and journeys and experiences, is looking after ourselves and recharging our own batteries and making sure that we've got those support networks as well. And I think that's a big part of what I'm seeing, that well-being in the sector is more important than ever. There's such a recruitment crisis at the minute. So many charities looking for fundraisers. It's a real struggle. So you've got to cherish and nurture and love those great fundraisers that you have. Really, it's more important than ever.
Oh, I'm glad to hear you say that, Craig, and put it kind of front and center of it. Yeah, I mean, it goes back. I mean, I think I first came into your world in the Proud Fundraiser era. If you remember the hashtag Proud Fundraiser era. Yeah. And yeah, it does still feel like there's that kind of neglect sometimes. But you're right. It's about taking care of yourself and taking care of those around you. So I'm glad you said that. But I don't think you should be presenting if you're not feeling well. That doesn't sound like taking care of yourself.
It's all right. It's all good.
Cool. Well, I'm going to hand it over to you now, Craig. We will kick it off with your presentation. I'm always excited to hear from you. So I will leave you to it, and I will see you at the end. Best of luck, Craig.
That's great. Thanks, Simon. And hi, everyone. Lovely to be here. And thank you for coming along. So I want to talk today about mistakes to avoid that we've come across in our work as the Supporter Experience Collective when we've been working with charities on designing and implementing supporter journeys. And I want to start with the story, and I've shared this story a couple of times now, and it seems to really resonate with people, and it seems to be a bit of a light bulb moment for people to think, gosh, yeah, we have that challenge, we have that issue. And it stems back to about 3 years ago when I ended up making 3 in-memory donations to 3 different hospices in the space of about 6 months. The first in-memory donation was for a family friend of my parents. I hadn't seen them for about 20 years. They'd moved over the other side of the country, but they very sadly died and were supported by their local hospice. And they asked the family asked for donations, and my mum and dad told me about it. And I thought, well, it'd be nice to donate. And I think I donated sort of £50 just as a thank you. So that was the first in memory donation. The second one was a little bit more personal. A really good family, friend of myself. His wife sadly had breast cancer. She was in her early 40s, 3 young children. You can imagine, very emotive, very sad time and hard time. And her local health has helped the family. And again, when she died, they asked for in memory donations. And as you can imagine, this time I give a bit more, and all our friends rallied round and supported that in mem donation. And then the last one was, unfortunately, my dad died about 3 years ago, and again, he was in and out of our local hospice up in the northeast. Received amazing care. He was in there in total about 10 weeks for pain and symptom control over a number of times. Fortunately, they managed to get him home, and respected his wishes to die at home, which he did. And again, we were so grateful. We asked everyone to raise money. I made my biggest ever single donation to a charity. My mum made a big donation. We raised about 5,000 or 6,000, I think, collectively as a family in memory of my dad, which was amazing. And we felt nice to be able to give something back. So you'd imagine those 3 very different in memory donations would lead to 3 very different supporter journeys. One where I'm extremely connected because it's my dad, through to one where I'm relatively loosely connected. It's a family friend who I haven't seen for a number of years. Yet sadly, the experience across the board was quite uniform. We got a, frankly, bog standard thank you letter. And then we just got put in their mailing cycle. And depending on where you were in the year, that might have been a newsletter that arrived next. It might have been something like Light Up a Life, which is a remembrance product, or it could have been an appeal asking for more money. No personalization, no mention of why I'd given. And it really got me thinking that, this one size fits all isn't working really, because if the hospice of my friend's wife who died, if they'd have asked us to do something in memory of her, we'd have all gathered round, we'd have all done a challenge, we might have done a walk, or we'd have done something to celebrate her life together. Similarly, with my dad, again, if we'd have been asked appropriately, made the right offer, I'm sure that significant 4-figure sum would have turned into 5 figures over time. And yet they've had a few, maybe £20 here, £30 there, but they haven't really maximised the opportunity they had to fundraise from me and my family, which is a real shame. So we want to look at why that happens. And I've got 5 mistakes that I think we can learn from. And I'm going to share some examples from that, but also from non-hospice fundraising and some of the clients that we work with. And the first 2 problems are quite operational in nature. And I guess in some ways it saddens me to even have to say this, 25 years into my fundraising career, and I'm still talking about gratitude and thanking and the importance of really making people feel good after they give. And yet so often the quality of thanking is still subpar. We're still receiving really form letters. On behalf of Hospice X, we would like to thank you for your kind in memory. You can almost write it yourself. We held 464 people last year. Not really inspiring or being emotional or doing it. So we wanted to look at, well, how can we systematically get better at thanking? And one of the things we put in the delegate pack is what we call our gratitude grid, which really is just a checklist of things that you can go through when you're looking at your thanking process. The idea here is not to overthink it, but can be a really good exercise in a team meeting to get all your thank you letters out. Just look at the format of your letter, your personalization, how you're feeding back on the impact, how warm and generous you're being with your gratitude, how easy is your letter to read, and how quickly is it being sent, and just rating yourself around this. This is just the cover slide. There's more detail in the PDF that we've included. But really challenge yourself to improve your gratitude and bake that into your supporter journeys and into your processes. We worked with a client. We did some training around this earlier in the year around supporter experience and wowing supporters. And as part of that, we give the 20 or so people who did the training with us, we asked them to make a £10 donation to 20 different charities, all online. Not one letter was received through the post, so everything was kept online. We received like bounce back emails, no personal outreach, couple of nice supporter journeys, welcome programs that happened, but none of what the people on our course received was really mind-blowing and really inspired people. And we asked them to opt into everything just to see what happened. No one received a phone call. No one received a letter. As I said, it was all done by basically form emails. So there's a real chance for us to raise our game and be better at gratitude and be deliberate in planning those moments of surprise and delight. And I think linked to that, the second big operational problem is that we're often really boring in our comms, bluntly, and we don't inspire. We're not connecting with why people give. We're impersonal. We're not really thinking about the reasons for giving. And we tend to over rely on one channel. So if people give online, we only ever seem to receive email communications, or if we give through post, only through post. And I think integrating and combining different channels into your fundraising and into your gratitude and into your journeys is really important to try and connect to people in different ways and in different opportunities. So think through not just about what you're doing in the journeys, but the content will do it and what will support people to make them feel like they're valued, they're appreciated, and that you're making a difference. So the next big part is, for those 3 hospice donations that I'd made, we were clearly putting a one-size-fits-all in memory, thank you, journey. It wasn't much of a journey at all. And actually, just a little bit of thinking would have maybe identified which of those donations had the most opportunity for growth. So that first hospice, the chances are, and most hospices I've worked with, they have this huge cohort of in-mem supporters who gave once and have never given again. And I think it's really hard at fundraisers to recognize that that's going to cover, maybe 60, well, in some cases, 80, 90% of the donor base. And actually, should we be spending our time on those people who are never likely to give? And how can we identify those quicker and stop communicating and save money so we can spend money on the ones like where we're next of kin? And as a family, we may have done a lot of fundraising. So trying to identify your best prospects, I think, is a really important part of the support journey. So there's some really interesting research around personality in memory that I'm just going to share now. That I think, again, this one-size-fits-all problem causes us because we're treating all in-mem donations the same way. So this is based on personality and the way people grieve. And there's a link on there. It's well worth a look at this article because it really gets you thinking. So they have basically split people into 4 categories. We're often a mix of 2. No one is 100% one or the other generally. But we have the people who are quite sanguine about things. They want to celebrate the deceased life. So this having a public memorial is very important to them. People who are quite pragmatic, choleric, they stay busy, they get back to normal. People are quite phlegmatic, they appreciate help, they like to share photos and stories and reminisce. And there's people who are quite melancholic, they cling to memories, anniversaries are very important to them. So for example, my mum would definitely be in the sanguine, melancholic camp. She really wanted a bench somewhere she could put a name and go and visit and remember my dad. Whereas myself, I'm probably a bit more, you have your period of grief and you sort of get on with life really. But I would have done maybe a challenge or raise some money in another way. So thinking through your imam, how can you have different offers and how can you maybe identify people who are going to engage with you in a different way? You can do this by asking, by picking up the phone and just picking up on clues about how people interact. So in terms of products you might offer these different people, some might intend remembrance events, some may take on an event or challenge, may set up a tribute fund, or you could help them mark milestones through what you're doing. So just by bringing personality into it and thinking about ways that even just something like MEM isn't this one big homogenous group is really valuable and really important. So I want to talk about some non-hospice examples now, because you might be saying, that's great, Craig, but we don't have much in memory, or we don't, we're very different cause. So a couple of clients we've worked with this year. The first one is charity who work with around child loss and around bereavement, and people might have known it was Baby Loss Awareness Week last week. So again, they wouldn't have this necessarily in MEM framework, or sometimes they do. But you could see how they would talk differently to someone who's experienced the loss of a child versus someone who may be a new expectant parent and wanted some advice and wants some support and information to make sure that they, adopt best practice for things like sudden infant death syndrome. And usually they end up being one size fits all, but by trying to identify people, you can tailor and offer different content based on what their connection to the cause is. Similarly, worked with I forgot to show, I'll come back to that in a second. Similarly, a cause for international development, and with a strong Christian ethos, we did some work with them on their audiences. And what became apparent that not all Christians were the same. Some were given for very dutiful and almost obligation reasons, and it was what they do in their family is support through the church. And where others were very much had this globalist outlook on life, and felt everybody was the same, and we have a compassion to help everyone in need, no matter where they are. And what we're not saying is you have to design completely different journeys for each of them, but you need to make sure there's something within your journeys for each of those groups and those personality types. Even as simple as using language. So the very dutiful group, you might use words like obey, devoted, loyal, trustworthy, faithful, etc. Whereas the more globalist outlook, you might be talking about connection and inclusivity and interconnected and worldly. And you can sprinkle both of those words through your copy and people will find the bits that appeal to them. But at least recognizing the different motivations behind giving is really important. So just to go back, and I realized I missed this, it was the anniversary of my dad's death last week, actually on Friday, well, on his birthday on Friday. And my mum, like I said, very much about memorials. And one of the things that she saw and really wanted to do, and Lauren's talking about it in a couple of sessions' time, so I don't want to steal the thunder too much, was RNLI in Whitby, close to where we grew up, and we used to have lots of family trips there. You could name the lifeboat, and you could get Dad's name on the lifeboat. And we went last week on his birthday, and we could see where Dad's name was on the lifeboat, and the actual lifeboat there was there as well. But a really amazing product that RNLI have developed to help people remember loved ones. There was at least 3 other families who were there on that same day for the same reasons, who'd gone to visit and to see the lifeboat with the name on. So really powerful product. So moving on and just finish up is really the last couple of things is thinking about not overcomplicating things, starting small. One of the big mistakes we see is people get really excited to put all these post-it notes up the wall and have this 30-step journey, which is brilliant, but it becomes impossible to actually implement. People move on in jobs, people can't get the systems to work, etc. So one of the big things we always tell our clients and encourage is to think in moments, to think in small incremental steps and grow from there. So rather than make everything perfect all at once, start at the beginning. Here's a very simple legacy journey when someone makes a legacy pledge, but thinking through every step, the personal thank you. Well, what is that? What's the job that thank you needs to do? Well, it needs to express gratitude. We need to make sure we're handling data sensitively. We might want to give some choice over comms, etc. And then there might be an invite to an event, and you might have some business as usual things running alongside it. But rather than making sure everything's perfect, at least get that personal thank you right to begin with. Start small, start in steps, think in moments, and making each moment an interaction as strong as it can. And by doing it like that, before you know it, you might have 1, 2, 3, 4, even a dozen moments that are much improved, much better, rather than trying to do it all at once. Because I think sort of linked to that is thinking through the systems and processes. And that's often where a lot of supported journey and experience efforts break down, is we just don't have the systems and processes within our charities to do it. So we can have these big lofty ambitions about how we want to use personalization, how we want to use, Simon mentioned earlier, AI or predictive statistics to try and create amazing journeys. But the reality sometimes is our systems and processes don't allow it. And I think one of the things we always do and encourage when we work with people on their journeys is really at the beginning, set out what capabilities do you have? What is your CRM able to do? How is it able to connect with your email system? Just something simple like we can get the two talk to each other. So you can then tailor, can be, sounds simple, but can actually be really difficult. So you need to involve your key stakeholders. Too often, I've seen people come up with great journeys, and it's only when they've designed the journey, they then involve the IT team or the finance team to say, well, we need your help to deliver that. And they say, well, we can't do that. We don't have the capacity. We don't have the time. So make sure you have all the stakeholders involved from the beginning is the final sort of big strategic tip that we recommend. So just to finish up, when it works well, when we're able to overcome those problems, great support of journeys and experiences are really worth the effort. We've worked with a couple of clients this year on increasing second gift rates, and we managed to get them up by nearly 50% with one client, just by bringing in that gratitude, thinking in moments, making sure we've got all the systems in place. For someone who's working with their face-to-face donors, just one tweak to an email and giving people the chance to say no has improved their first year retention rate from just over 50% to nearly 66%, which is great. And when you get this right, not only does it create happier fundraisers, happier supporters, it also leads to more money raised through increased sponsorship, lifetime value, regular gifts, etc. So really just to finish off and just a reminder, I know this isn't easy, but it is worth the effort. So try and avoid some of those mistakes that we've run through today. Start small, think through the gratitude, think of how you might avoid one size fits all, and put that all together to create great journeys and experiences that work for your charity. Very happy to answer any questions. Similarly, get in touch if you want to know more, and enjoy the rest of the day. And thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Craig. That was great. Let me just take this off. It's me. Sorry. That was really interesting, and a couple of things I'd like to unpack if you have a bit of time for me. But first of all, I actually just want to ask you about this kind of thanking in general, because someone said this to me recently. It was like they were almost in disbelief, and I share it a little bit, that we're still saying in conferences, thank your donors properly. And why is it still happening? Why? I mean, when you're an old white dude like you and I, and you've been in the sector for a while, you maybe hear the same message a few times, but why is it not getting through to especially some of the larger organizations who really, they have the budget and things like that? What's the missing link?
I think some of it is time pressure, and we said about turnover of staff and things, and people still don't get it. So sometimes finance, why are you wasting money on stamps or wasting time handwriting a card? And I think so a lot of it boils down to culture, like many of these things, Simon, and it's about how do you recognize and reward people who do go the extra mile and do give people the trust that fundraisers, they know what they're doing and they know the importance of this. There's so much research on this as well now. It's not like it's a nice to have. It's been proven test after test, not just in the non-profit world, but in the commercial world, that the power of thanking increases lifetime value, increases retention, repeat purchase, etc. It's a really easy thing to get right, but as you said, we still don't seem to be able to do it as a sector, and it really
it doesn't seem. It seems like it's a cost, doesn't it? Like it's we very really hear about like an ROI on thank yous, and it's not necessarily easy to track back and stuff. So I mean, it does feel like it's just the kind of mindset we have to get over or remind ourselves, or like you said, the research that's out there. And I mean, that brings us nicely to the supporter experience. I was going to save it for the end, but I mean, you guys are putting out a lot, and you've got some items in the delegate bag. Like where do you learn about supporter experience, or where should people be going if they really want to understand that journey a bit better?
Yeah, I think there's lots of organisations now who have done work around this. There's a supporter experience special interest group at the Institute of Fundraising. There's other, very strong companies in this space, people like About Loyalty, Donor Voice in the US, and things like that, who share lots of great information. I always like to look at what the commercial world's doing as well, and seeing if there's anything we can learn from those. And I think we've seen the rise of experiential marketing in the commercial world, and I think there's bits and pieces we can learn from that as well, without it necessarily having to cost us a fortune in doing that. And I think there's some great online marketing resources as well, and blogs. John Lepp, who's a good friend I know of yours, Simon. His book is brilliant. He's got so many good stuff and examples in his Creative Deviations book that is well worth a look. And I've been recommending that to lots of people this year for inspiration. So it's out there, and it's about trying to make time in your schedule and as a team to try and find that 5-10 minutes to reflect and think, well, how can we do this better? Because everyone wants to do it. Everybody, nobody wants to send boring, dull thank yous or journeys or whatever, but it's just about trying to find that time and experience and space to be able to do it. Well,
and maybe it's not even that 5 or 10 minutes. It's that solid block of time that the same time we'd invest in a big acquisition campaign. Let's mentally and in our calendars schedule time for the retention campaign. There's a question here from Holly. Thank you, Holly. Have you worked with large charities who have a lot of in-memory supporters? How do they apply a personal approach to a supporter journey if they need to process large volumes of donations? Any thoughts?
So I've worked with a couple of large cancer charities and have worked with numerous hospices over the years around this. I think triage sounds very formal and things, but trying to find somewhere early on to try and filter. You need to get the thank yous out to everyone, but is there something you can do to find out those people who are most engaged, most interested in doing something, and being really deliberate? That could be a survey, it could be a phone call, it could be, it can be done via email, via post, but having something really early on to try and find out the people who this was very much just a one-off and they'll never give again. And actually, don't be afraid to say, look, we know 60% of our in-mem people, it's a one-off donation and celebration. That's absolutely fine, but let us know so we don't waste your time or ours by sending you lots of post and information. And people actually appreciate that, and you often find people give a gift that they would otherwise not have given. So I think it's about being brave, and I think the best in-mem charities these days, they have some sort of form of relationship management that are picking up the top prospects, those are people who might go and run a marathon or put on an event or set up a regular gift, and they're investing in that early on after that initial gift to try and, like I say, filter out and find the best prospects within it. So again, if you can't do it for everyone, look for the clues, look for the personal notes, look, empower your support care team to look out for the things that hint that these people are probably more likely to give again than not, because the clues are there through either the personal letter that they send, you've known you've cared for them, they've already, they've raised over X amount on their in-memory page, set up much loved, whatever it is. There'll be certain triggers that are really good indicators, strong indicators that these people are likely to do things again for you.
Yeah. Oh, have you frozen, or is that me? Hopefully that's Craig that's frozen and not me. But are you back? Yeah. Okay. Great.
Hopefully.
Sorry. Yeah, and I'll add to that. I mean, I've heard a lot of fundraisers talk about the formula, which I like, that recency, frequency, value. So the donors who are most recent, the donors who are most frequent, and the donors of the highest value. If you can only, if you work backwards and think I only have this amount of time to focus on thank yous, well, I can do the top 10%. Or the ones who hit this criteria that as you said, they have those signs that show. So I think those are all really, really good points. Liz has asked a question, and we've got some great answers actually from people like Simma and David Burgess. Thank you for answering those, and lovely to see you again, by the way. Liz says, how do you acknowledge someone's motivation in thank you letters if they haven't provided it?
Yeah, I think you can't do it without having some information. So it might not be in the thank you letter, but if you know there's 3 or 4 different types of key personalities, you can maybe reference all of them in some ways. So for that Christian charity, we encourage them to use the language of compassion, but also use the language of duty. And you can do both of those within a thank you letter.
Okay,
So,
I'm not sure if it's me frozen or Craig frozen. Hopefully we're not talking over each other. Craig, oh, sorry, are you there?
yeah, hopefully. Sorry, Simon. It seems to be working my end okay, so apologies if...
I think between your Wi-Fi and my computer, I think we're cutting out a little bit. So I'm sorry about that. But yeah, you were saying if they don't have the information, we obviously can't use it. But what else, I guess, can you kind of use? Where do you kind of get information? Or is it okay sometimes to just do thank yous where you don't specifically talk about that stuff if you don't have the information?
Yeah. And you know, if you're doing your job well, you'll know, well, 50% of people give because of this, 30% give because of this, and 20% give. So you can take a guess and use the information that's going to appeal to the widest cohort as well, is a good starting point. Yeah. And then through your journeys, you can try and gather the feedback, surveys, like I said, through email, through the words that people use. I think it's always really interesting, ask people to describe why they support your charity. Look for those common motivations that you can then thread through some of your communications that are going to appeal to different personalities and reasons of connection.
I like that, and that ties in nicely. Jenny in the chat has said, I always like asking, if you don't mind me asking, what inspired you to donate today? And I think, this is one of the best bits of advice that I got, as a younger fundraiser, is you can just ask donors questions, can't you? If you have those questions, you can ask, and actually there's so many benefits to just having that direct question.
Exactly. The phone is such a powerful and often underused tool. And I know the guys from Gosh is speaking about the telephone later, but I think that idea that people want to share their stories, what's people's favorite topic of conversation? It's normally themselves. And so it always amazes me how willing people are to share their story, and that, it can be really cathartic as well in some circumstances. So encourage those conversations, pick up the phone, find out, and then play it back to them, because it's very hard to disagree with yourself as well. So, put the thank you card. Oh, thanks for telling us about XYZ. Look out for our next, what appeal or whatever it might be, and try and play it back to it. And it can be hard sometimes to capture this on our CRMs, and people get very fearful about GDPR and what you can and can't capture. But I don't think that should be a hindrance. If it's done well and your privacy policy is correct, you can record this information, you can use it. And I think it's actually more ethical to use it than not, because, it must be so disappointing if you told a charity something and then the next time you write to them, it's like you've never spoken to them before. People want and expect you to use the information they've told you and the stories that you've shared with them.
Yeah, fair. Brilliant. Craig, thank you as always for your time. That was really, really helpful. And I always love your presentations when you bring so much to it. So thank you for your time. And I do recommend everyone, if you get a chance, connect with Craig, follow him, check out the bonus goodies in the delegate bag. There's some really useful stuff there. So thanks, Craig. Mind yourself. I hope you feel better soon.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. Hopefully over the worst. And onwards and upwards. Take care, everyone. Thanks.
Take care. Thanks, Craig. Okay, my friends. Right, I can. I'm seeing a lot of comments in the chat box. Firstly, I apologize for my internet. That was obviously entirely my laptop. If you missed earlier, my laptop exploded, and so we're back. Secondly, I can see a few people saying that we ran over time, and do you know what? My schedule is different from your schedule. I've just noticed. So in my world, I am over time. But the times I've been provided with are slightly wrong. So we're going to go straight into the next session, my friends. But thank you so much, everyone, for contributing to that. If you want to give us feedback on that session, if you want to rate that session, click the polls button below. You can do that now. It's always lovely to get feedback. And especially when someone like Craig, when we're fortunate enough to have someone like Craig join us, it's always good to be able to pass on positive feedback. But let us know. Let us know what more you'd like to see and what you'd like to unpack further. Let's go straight into the session so we can get back on your time, because your time is always more important than Simon's time. It's true. Okay, let's go on to our next session. So we're going to be hearing now from Tim Kachuriak, and he's from Next After. He's the founder and chief innovation and optimization officer. And we're going to be talking about how to get people to care. And so we're going to be looking at some analysis of why people care, how we get them to care, because as fundraisers, that's what we do, isn't it? We inspire people who care, people who want to change the world. We connect them with the world changes. Anyway, let's go into our next session, and I'll be back afterwards. And I apologize again for those little issues.
Well, hello, everyone. I am very excited to be with you today, and I have a ton of material packed in today's presentation. So we're going to go ahead and get started right away by beginning with an experiment. And here is how you get to play along from home. So I'm going to show you 5 different fundraising campaigns. I will show you an A version, and I will show you a B version. And I want you to look at them carefully, and I want you to determine which of the 2 versions of the fundraising campaign will perform best. Which one is most optimized in your opinion? If you think it's version A, then you vote A. If you think it's version B, you vote B. Okay, ready? Here. Appeals is absolutely identical. The only difference is the design treatment. So if you think A is optimized, then that would be your vote. And if you think that B is optimized, then you'll choose B. I'll give you another second. All right, let's look at the next one. This is also a fundraising email appeal. Version A is 550 words. And if that wasn't enough, version B uses 2,200 words to make the point. If you think that version A is going to generate the most conversions, the most donations, choose A. If you think it's B, choose B. All right, let's keep moving. The next one is a fundraising donation landing page. The difference between these 2 donation landing pages is that version B uses a video-based appeal, and version A takes an actual text transcript of the video and replaces the video with the text. So if you think version A, the text-based appeals is optimized, is going to generate the most donations, choose A. And if you think it's the video appeal, choose B. I'll give you another second to make that decision, and then we'll move on to, we've got 2 more. This is also a donation landing page. The difference between the 2 pages, version A uses a lot of text and pushes the form field down a little bit, and version B uses minimal text and bumps the donation form up a little bit higher on the page. So if you think A is optimized, choose A. And if you think B is optimized to generate the most donations, choose B. All right, one final one. This is a screenshot from a nonprofit NGO organization's homepage. And what we're optimizing here for is clicks. If you think version A is going to generate the most clicks with the minimal text, choose A. If you think it's B, choose B. All right, you got your answers all locked in. We're going to go ahead and see how well you did. So this is the first one I showed you. This is a fundraising email appeal. And the B version is much more highly designed. However, version A, when tested in a head-to-head A-B split test, generated 112.5% more donations. So how many of you got that right? All right, here's the next one. Version A, 550 word email fundraising appeal. Version B, 2,200 words. And if you chose version A, you would be incorrect. Version B generated 106.3% more donations, and again, in a head-to-head A-B split test. All right, the next one. This is a donation landing page, text-based appeal versus video-based appeal. Everybody knows that video is much more of a dynamic medium. It's much more engaging. It generally gets a lot more clicks. However, every time we've tested a donation page in lieu of text on a donation form, it actually underperforms. In this case, the text-based appeal beat the video-based appeal by 560.2%. And then the last 2, donation page, lots of copy with the form pushed to the bottom. Version B, minimal text with the form towards the top. Lots of text produced 150% increase in donations. And then the final one, a very simple message versus a little bit more text with version B. Version B generated a 35% increase in donations. So my question for you is, how did you do with this experiment? And maybe a more important question to ask you is, how did you go about making your decision? I mean, did you use your fundraising marketing intuition? Did you apply some sort of best practice, some rule that you've been taught over the years, or did you simply just kind of flip a coin and guess? And what I would submit to you today is that every single one of these strategies, either using your gut or going with the crowd or simply just putting your fundraising to chance, is not the most effective way to be able to optimize your fundraising campaigns. So let me take you a little bit on my journey. So I have been in the field of fundraising and marketing for the last 20 years. And so my entire world really revolves around trying to optimize this. So if you're familiar with the concept of like the sales funnel, the marketing funnel, the donation funnel is no different. There's a variety of ways that we can reach people and bring them to our website. We can bring them to our website through search engine marketing, through display advertising, through email, through social media, even offline sources like radio, TV, direct mail. They drive traffic. And from a fundraiser's point of view, we're trying to consistently move the visitors to our website from interest to involvement to investment. We're trying to turn some of the visitors into prospective donors, the prospective donors into new donors, and the new donors into people that continue to faithfully give year after year after year. And so this is kind of how I've viewed the funnel for most of my life. This is how I viewed the world. I think this is how most people did until I had that challenge. I went to a marketing conference put on by this group called Mech Labs. And they said something that was very interesting. They said, look, the funnel is a useful analogy for marketing because, all of marketing, fundraising included, should be designed to influence decisions. It should be moving people to take action. But they said the problem with this funnel analogy, however helpful, is that it actually distorts reality. People are not falling into our funnels. They're falling out. Gravity, meaning the organic forces in the marketplace, don't naturally lead people to want to give away their money. We're actually having to overcome gravity. And so people are not traveling down the center as if, we just pour people in and then they flow through this funnel. They're actually having to climb up the sides of this inverted funnel. So when I first saw that, I thought that made a lot of sense, but I said, you know what, the funnel doesn't make sense at all anymore. We need a different way of viewing what's happening when we're trying to get people to say yes to giving. And so that's when we came up with this concept of the donor mountain. And in this donor mountain analogy, our goal as the fundraiser is to consistently move our prospective donors up this mountain where they get to the top and they make the macro decision to give. The challenge for us, though, is that all of our donors start down here at the base of the mountain at base camp. And in order to get them to the peak of the mountain where they make the macro decision to give, we have to move them through a series of micro decisions. So what do I mean by that? Well, let's say that I send an email. And my goal as the sender of the emails that gets you to go online to my website and make a donation. Well, what's the first micro decision that the recipient of that email has to make? It's probably, should I open this thing? And they make a decision to open, they have to make a decision to read and to keep reading, and then maybe eventually to click. And if they click, they arrive at a landing page. And on the landing page, there's a whole new series of these micro decisions that the prospective donor has to make as they navigate the content, the copy, the images, the videos, whatever's on the page. And if the content's compelling, if it's inspiring, if it moves them in some way to want to get involved to financially support the work of the organization, they might click on the donate button. But we know, based on looking at data, that less than 20% of the people that actually click the donate button on a nonprofit or charitable organization's website actually complete the transaction. And the reason why is because there's a whole host of new, very important micro decisions that have to be considered even as somebody goes through the process of completing the transaction. Do I want to make a one-time gift or recurring gift? That's one decision. Do I want to designate my gift in some way? How do I want to pay, right? There's so many little micro decisions that we make even at this last stage of the journey. So the question that we have to ask ourselves are, where are we, the fundraiser, in this donor mountain analogy? And the place that we reside is up here at the top. And what that means is that we have a completely different perspective from that of our prospective donor. We can see the impact that our organization is having every single day in the field and valley below, but that prospective donor can't see those same things. Oftentimes, their vision is obscured by what's in front of them. And oftentimes, the things that are in front of them, the things that we put in front of them, are things that we control. It's our social media posts, it's our emails, it's our landing pages, it's our website, it's our giving experience. It's all these things that we put between a donor and them contributing to support our organization. And so it's up to us as the fundraiser to have empathy for the perspective of this uninitiated donor, we need to help them on this journey. And one of the ways we can do that is by lowering a rope. And this rope is representative of our unique value proposition. Now, I can talk all day about value proposition, but I won't. But what I will tell you is that the prospective donor is constantly weighing the perceived value of giving a gift versus the perceived cost. And if they perceive more value than cost, they give. If they perceive more cost than value, they do not give. And so what we need to do is we need to be able to see all of these micro decisions across all of the existing and potential conversion pathways. And we need to find the places where our prospective donor is saying no, where they're essentially falling off the mountain. And at those specific places, if we can change things to move more people from seeing less cost and more value, then we'll move them to the next step of the journey and ultimately influence greater giving. So let me share with you about my first experiment. So about 15 years ago, I attended a marketing conference put on by the folks at Mech Labs. And in the first 15 minutes, I was just completely enraptured with this whole idea of using the web as a laboratory and running rigorous scientific experiments to understand what works and what doesn't when it comes to getting people to say yes to giving. And I remember getting like so fired up. And I remember just calling my team at the first break. I said, get ready. Cause like when I get back on Monday, we're going to change the way we do everything. And then I remember thinking like, why wait till Monday? We had an email that was going out on behalf of one of our clients to a rented email list of about 200,000 people. I said, maybe we could do a little experiment. Let's see if some of the things I'm learning at this conference actually make sense and work. And so I'm going to share with you the experiment. So I said, guys, give me like an hour and I'm going to come back with a new treatment that we can go test versus our long-standing control. So you can see on the left, this is the email that we had been sending. So we were doing fundraising for the George W. Bush Presidential Center, which is a presidential library. It was a $300 million capital campaign. We were doing all the digital work for that campaign. And this email that we were sending that you see on the left here was generating very, very positive results. In fact, it was actually making net profit in acquisition, which is very rare. And so I was a little bit hesitant to change too much because I didn't want to break something that was already working. But what I was learning at this conference is that like adequacy is the enemy of excellence and like testing trumps intuition. And we need to continue to challenge our ideas if we really want to continue to improve our performance. So I made one tiny change to the email. I don't know if you can see it. So on the version on the right, the treatment version, there's one little change. I don't know if you can spot it. It's pretty small on the screen. But that one little change, when we ran a head-to-head A/B split test, produced a 139% increase in click-through, which generated a 42% increase in revenue. And at that moment, I was completely hooked. So do you want to see what I changed? So here's what it was. It was the very last sentence of the email, which happened to be the call to action. The original call to action read like this. Please accept this invitation to stand with President Mrs. Bush by making a tax-deductible online contribution now. I mean, that sounds like a typical ask that any organization can make. Give a gift and get a tax consideration. The optimized version was subtly different, but profoundly different at the same time. It said, please accept this invitation to become a charter member of the George Bush Presidential Center. Well, in order to become a charter member, you have to give a tax-deductible online gift. But by changing the way we message that, by leading with more value, more people said, I want in. And they clicked on it in greater numbers, and they converted in greater numbers. And I remember thinking after that first experiment that this could change everything. This could change everything. So I ran back and started running all kinds of experiments with my clients. So this is an email acquisition landing page. There's so many things wrong with this page, but I couldn't see them before because I was looking through a false set of eyes. But just to point out a couple of things, the headline is trying to address two radically different audience segments at the same time, which dilutes the potency of the message. There's multiple conflicting calls to action going down the left-hand side of the page, which causes cognitive friction. I don't know which of these things to choose. I will choose none of them. The copy does a very poor job of conveying the value proposition to the end recipient user, and even the button text is wrong. So you can see the treatment, not radically different. We changed certain things very strategically, and it produced a 42% increase in email. In email signups. This was another test we did, going from this to this. This is based on a certain theory that we had about really just trying to communicate more like a human than like an email machine. It's produced a 272% increase in donations. Not this, But this, just changing a few words, 133.7% increase in email signups. Not this, but this, just changing the way that we actually lay the form fields out on the page, produced a 39% increase in conversion rate. So for the last 12 years, I decided to do this for the rest of my life. So I started this company Next After, and Next After, we work with large nonprofit organizations all over the world. And what we do is we use the web as a living laboratory where we can run rigorous scientific experiments to try to understand what works and what doesn't when it comes to giving. And over the last 12 years, we've documented over 5,562 online fundraising experiments. And guess what? Not all of those things produced green arrows. There was a lot of red arrows along the way. A lot of the things that I thought really, really would be effective and work didn't. And so through the course of this experimentation, I learned a lot about fundraising, but I also learned a lot about myself. And the biggest thing that I've learned is that I, as a fundraiser, as a marketer, am deeply flawed. And the good news is that so are all of you. So together, we're going to get through this today. And so I'm going to walk you through the 3 fundamental flaws that every single fundraiser has and how we can actually overcome them. And I'm going to use this really cute picture of my kids from many years ago. They're all teenagers now, so they don't look like this at all. But this is when they were sweet and cute and, didn't get into so much trouble. So the 3 fundamental flaws that every single fundraiser must overcome is the first one is this: we fail in our fundraising because we fail to see what our donors see. We fail to see what our donors see. The second fundamental fundraising flaw is that we fail in our fundraising because we fail to hear what it is our donors are saying back to us. We fail to hear what our donors are saying to us. And then finally, we fail in our fundraising because we fail to speak our donors' language. We're not speaking our donors' language. So let's take the first one. We fail to see what our donors see. What you have to understand is that the fundraiser is from Mars, the donor is from Venus, and the place where we need to intersect, the place where we connect, is around the value proposition. But because we come from 2 completely different planets or worlds, right, we view this value proposition very, very differently. From the fundraiser's point of view, we view it from an organizational centric point of view, where the donor looks at it from a donor-centric point of view, which means that we oftentimes see the same thing very, very differently. Let me give you an example. So this is a fundraising email appeal from a very well-known international organization. And if I showed this to a group full of fundraisers, like all of you, and I asked you just a comment, I was like, what are some observations you would make? They would say, you know what, this looks very professional. It's like the way that templates design is very highly polished. I love how the red the buttons just really pop. It's nicely designed. But if I showed this to a room full of donors, you know what they would say? All I see is marketing. I just see somebody that's trying to market to me. So likewise, if I showed an email like this from the same organization to a group of fundraisers, you'd be like, man, that's pretty unprofessional. Where's all the design and the images and the graphics and the buttons? It's kind of boring. It's plain. And it's too much text. Nobody likes to read text. But if I show this to a room full of donors, you know what they see? They see an email that looks like emails that they receive from their friends. And so when we've tested these 2 exact concepts head to head in an A/B split test, which means 50% of the audience randomly gets version A and 50% of the audience randomly gets version B, what we find is that in this experiment, it produced a 300% increase in donations. Here's another example. Not this, but this. Moving from the template to a plain text email, 116% increase in donations. Not this, but this. Same copy, same context, just take it out of the template, 29% increase in donations. Here is the point that you have to take away. It's that people don't give to email machines. People give to people. And the more that we can humanize our communication so it seems like it's coming from one human to another human, the more effective that we will be. So likewise, if I showed a donation landing page like this to a group full of fundraisers, you might see things like, man, I don't know, that looks pretty good to me. Nice, clean design, minimal copy. People don't like to read. And I love that donation form is way above the fold, right? Because people don't like to scroll. But if I show this to a group of donors, you know what they see? They see a landing page that has all costs and no value. And it's not just the material cost of giving the gift, it's the work involved of having to complete the form. So if I show a similar page, but different to a group of fundraisers, it looks like this, you might say stuff like, man, I don't know, that's a lot of copy. You sure people are going to read it? Too much scrolling. Oh no, you don't want to bury that donation form below the fold. That's a no-no. But if I show this to a group full of donors, what they see in the copy, in the text, is a compelling reason to give. And that's why when we've tested these two concepts head to head, the version on the right produces 187% increase in donations. Here's another example. Not this, but this. Look at all that copy. That's like 7 paragraphs, 147% increase in donations. Not this plain donation form, just very little text, to this, 135% increase in donations, 87% increase in average gift, and which equals a 340% increase in revenue. Here is the point. There was an old advertising guy, Howard Gossage from the 50s. He's one of those admin guys. He said, look, people don't read advertising. They read what's interesting to them. And sometimes that's advertising. So to put a modern spin or context on that, people don't read donation pages. They read what's interesting to them. And sometimes that can be your donation page. So I want to kind of get into like one of the ways that you can really start to really build this kind of care alignment with your donors. And the first key point that I want you to take away from this first section is if we want to build care alignment, we have to be able to really begin to see the world through the eyes of our donor. We need to like take a different set of lenses and begin to view the world through the eyes of our donor if we want them to care about what it is that we're talking about. Okay, so we have the seeing problem. We also have a hearing problem, right? We fail in our fundraising, not just because we don't see what our donors see, but we don't hear what they're communicating back to us. And in today's world, we have so many ways to listen that we literally have no excuse. So I want to kind of give you like a little illustration of this. So I was pumping gas years ago, and I noticed something very interesting about this little pay at the pump little module here. Maybe you can spot it. What's interesting about this photo? It's the no button, right? It appears based on forensic evidence here that the no button is pressed with greater frequency than the yes button. And that should cause us to ask certain questions. Well, what questions are they asking that people are saying no to? Is it the right question? Is it the right time to ask that question? Right? These are basically clues that we can draw by looking at evidence. By the way, I've gone back recently to that same pump, and the button's actually completely gone. So now instead of just pressing no, you kind of get lightly shocked and are sent on your way, which is kind of scary when you're pumping fuel. But anyway, as marketers, as fundraisers, we have a tendency to kind of get very siloed in how we listen to what our donors are saying to us. We become obsessed with what I call the yes metrics, right? In a funnel or a mountain, we have all these things that we listen for. How many of our emails were delivered? How many people opened? How many people clicked? How many people converted? These are things that we care about as fundraisers. But what we don't typically pay attention to or really begin to interrogate is the negative values that we get back from our donors, our customers, the no metrics, right? And what we have to keep in mind is that for every single person that says yes, there are so many more people that are saying no. Are you listening? So let me give you an example. Let's say that we have a 26% open rate. That means that we have a 74% non-open rate. And so we have to ask the question, well, what can we test to get more people to open our emails? And we've tested a whole bunch of different things. And it really comes down to the message envelope. The message envelope is made up of the subject line, the sender line, and the preview text. And most people do subject line testing, but that's not the number one thing that most people look at to determine whether or not they're going to open the email. Actually, when Litmus and Fluent put the survey together, they asked, what is the first thing you look at when you decide to open an email? Yes, subject line is on the list, but at 42% sender of the email is the number one thing that people look at. So that's something we can test. We can test our subject line. We can test our sender. We can test also the preview text, that first couple lines of text that's displayed in our email panel. So here's an example where we tested all three variables at the same time. We changed the sender, we changed the subject line, and we changed the preview text. And in this particular example, it produced a 99% increase in opens. Another experiment, testing one variable, just changing the sender from the organization name to an actual person at the organization produced a 26% increase in opens. Here's another example. This is where we tested two variables. We changed the subject line and we changed the preview text. The sender remained the same, a 45% increase in opens. And one more example where we tested all three, changed the sender, changed the subject line, changed the preview text, 137% increase in opens. So there's things that we can do when our donors are saying no by not opening to try to change that and get a yes. So same thing when it comes to click-through rate. So for example, if I have a 12% click-through rate to my email, that means that I have an 88% non-click-through rate. What can I test? What can I change? What can I experiment with to try to get more people to click? So in this particular experiment, the only difference between the version on the left and the version on the right is that we personalize the version on the right. And that one little change, surprisingly, generated a 270% increase in clicks to the email. Another experiment, in this particular example, we changed the design of the email, 32.5% increase in clicks. In this experiment, we got rid of the button and instead used what I call like the naked or raw URL, and that produced about an 18% increase in clicks. My point in all this is this. When we learn to listen to our donors, they will tell us everything we could ever possibly want to need to know about how to get them to help us increase our results. They have all the answers. The donors are the true fundraising experts. And if we listen to them based on what their behavior is communicating back to us, we will become more and more effective. And so as this relates to our care alignment, if we really want to get our donors to care and ultimately then to give, we need to listen to what they're saying by observing their behavior, Okay, so we've got the seeing problem. We've got this hearing problem. We've got one other problem we got to deal with here, and that is our speech problem. Remember, I said that, we come from two completely different worlds. So since the fundraiser is from Mars and the donor is from Venus, that means that we're speaking Martian and they're speaking Venetian or whatever they speak in Venus. And so what we need to do as the fundraiser is we have to become the translator of our organization. And so I'm going to give you 3 key ways that you can become the translator for your organization. The first one is empathy. A fundraiser needs to continue to hone their skill of empathy. So at Next After, we work on this a lot. So we do 2 to 4 times a year, we do these mystery donor studies. We make every single person inside of our company go and give gifts to 10 or more organizations, and they document the entire process. And we are learning tremendous things about what is working and what's not when it comes to engaging with our donors. And so one particular mystery donor study we did a few years back, it was called Why Should I Give to You? We went to 127 organizations across 8 different verticals, and we contacted them 4 different ways. We called them on the phone, we emailed them, we went to their website and took a screenshot of their donation page, and we also messaged them on social media. And we asked them the same question in every single channel, which is this: if I am your ideal donor, can you please tell me why I should give to you rather than some other organization or not at all? And we got the responses back. We scored the value propositions based on appeal, exclusivity, credibility, and clarity. And here's what we found. Across the board, across all the various different verticals that we looked at, nobody is really killing it when it comes to communicating an effective value proposition. But even beyond that, what we found is we're not even doing the blocking and tackling stuff very well. When we emailed people asking them this very donor intent type of question, hey, I'm thinking of giving a gift to you. Why should I give to you rather than some other organization? 35% of organizations never even got back to us. They never responded to our email. Social media wasn't better. When we messaged them on Facebook asking that same question, 33% of organizations didn't get back to us. And when we did get responses back, they weren't great. Right? Here's one response we got from an email that we sent asking, why should I give to you? They said, hey, thanks for contacting us. We don't ask for donations, so the decision is entirely up to you. But if you'd like to donate, you can go and do so online or by calling our customer service department. Our normal hours are between this and this. We'd love to help and take your donation any way we can. Thanks for writing. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Crazy. I'm asking for your help. I'm saying, please help me understand. Why should I give to you? And this is the kind of response we got back. Here's one of the social media response we got back. Hey, thanks for your message. You can learn more at our website. Here it is. I was just on your website and I'm contacting you and I'm asking for your help. And I guess you're too busy playing Candy Crush. I don't know. So being empathetic is not this. It's actually having just an appreciation for what our donors, our customers are asking us and responding and helping them on that journey. And by the way, we saw some crazy stuff when we did this mystery donor study. So this is a screenshot from one of the organization's donation page. And what we've learned by doing these different iPath studies is that as you get to the end of a donation form, that is the most anxiety-induced part of the experience. So right before somebody is clicking that final donate button, they filled out all their fields. This particular organization had these two very inflammatory disclaimers. The first one says, fraud alert. A person identifying himself as blank and blank has attempted to defraud individuals by forming or claiming affiliation with blankety blank. This person has no affiliation with blank and blank or any member agency. And if that's not scary enough, directly below that in big bold letters says, please click the donate button only once. Do not click back, refresh your browser. Any of these actions may result in your credit card being charged more than once and you being sentenced to a lifetime in hell. I mean, it's like, talk about scary. I don't know if I want to hit the green back arrow or hit the red X or just put down my mouse and just kind of slowly back away, right?
Now, my friends, if you want to see more, don't you like the way we did that? No, I'd say you hate it. But there's a lot in there. And so you can get the full session in the delegate bag. It will continue in the delegate bag. But we're going to move on because we are hitting you hard and fast with lots of amazing information. But that was a great session. Lots of great comments in there. And definitely I want to go back and watch the rest of that. A heated debate about testing in the chat box. Not really a debate, but some interesting things. And Denisa, I'm assuming that's my old friend Denisa. It surely couldn't be another Denisa, because they say the very true thing. Let me find exactly the words. I'll paraphrase. You are not your donor. You are not your target audience. And that's one of the most important lessons I ever learned in fundraising. There's so many things that I think are silly or things that, well, I wouldn't respond to that. But firstly, I'm not necessarily the demographic you're looking for, but also we're fundraisers, aren't we? And we've all got some weird, cynical thing inside of our brain because we've been living in it for so long and overworking ourselves to the bones that we project what we think people are going to like. Someone said it before that that corny works. The more corny your fundraising is, that actually the public respond to it because they're not submerged in it. But just they've got so much other noise coming in, and you need to do things like that to kind of break through that. So some really interesting insights in there. A few people made the excellent point as well that sometimes you see these tests which clearly show one thing and then you do it yourself and it doesn't work. And so we need to remember, that our own audience is our own audience. We need to test it. But even breaking it down even further, and I'm sure if you've been in room 2, I'm sure Wayne has been harping on about this. But people are humans. People are an individual human. And this is when it comes to supporter experience that we've had. People always talk about, that what we can bring to it is just kind of trying to bring that human connection to it. And it's an advantage that small charities have, because it's almost the fewer donors that you have, the more you know about them, the more personalized you can be. And it becomes a challenge when you become a big organization that you're trying to make assumptions about groups of people. So much to unpack there, but a really good session and lots to think on. And thank you everyone for going to the chat. We're going to have a short break now. We're going to come back at 5 to, I know I'm a bit behind schedule. Schedules got jumbled up. Not fully my fault, but I'll take some responsibility. But we are back on time now. So we're going to take a few minutes break if you want to go get a cup of tea. And then we'll be back with a session from Lauren at RNLI, and it was mentioned earlier by Craig Linton. And Craig was a donor of it, so I'm looking to kind of hear it from the other side and hear about more of this. That'll be really interesting. Thank you again to Tim. Unfortunately, he can't join us for a live Q&A, but do please reach out to Tim if you have any questions or any follow-ups, or just say nice things. If you also want to give some official feedback, you'll see the polls button below the chat there. If you want to click on that, let us know what your takeaways were from Tim's session. It's always interesting to hear what people get back, and I'm sure Tim would benefit from that as well. So please do take the time to do that. But otherwise, let's take a little break. So we'll have a 3-minute break, and we'll be right back on track, and then we'll be hearing from the wonderful Lauren Poole. Here we go.
So here's the problem. You're a busy fundraiser spinning a million plates, and choosing a new tool for your next appeal or fundraising campaign isn't at the top of your priority list. Plus, the last time you looked, Just Giving wasn't an option for individual giving because all you got was anonymous data. Well, that's all changed with Giving Checkout. are a new free donation form and button that's quick and easy to implement. And you get 100% donor data so you can thank and add donors to your stewardship programs. Whether you want a branded donation flow for your website, a simple shareable link for your emails, a QR code for your collection boxes, Just Giving has you covered. Join thousands of other charities already using Giving Checkout to receive direct donations and regular gifts. Oh yeah, did I mention it does direct debit too? To get started, head to your Just Giving account and click the Giving Checkout tab, or email me on successteam@justgiving.com to find out more.
Hello, welcome back. I'm sorry that was a quick break, but we are back on track now. And of course, don't forget, if you miss anything live, the recordings will be available to you after. In the same place, using the same link, you'll be able to come back. If you're a ticket holder, you can come back in the next 30 days and everything, including the delegate bag, will still be there for you. And if you're a member ongoing, you get access to everything, all of our events. Again, with that full session of Tim's, someone has rightly pointed out that it doesn't seem to be in the delegate bag. So we are getting rid of the delegate bag minion. The delegate bag minion has been ejected to space, but the delegate bag minion will get that in there as soon as possible. And remember, everything will be here at the same link to come back and watch. So don't panic. You're not going to miss anything. It's all good. Right, let's go on to the next session because I'm excited about this. RNLI, who get mentioned at pretty much every one of our conferences now, don't they? Everyone seems to have such a big fangirl crush on them, including myself. So I'm really happy to learn about this launch memory campaign, which I'm sure, especially if you live in the UK, you've heard of. But what we're going to do is straight away, we're going to introduce the wonderful Lauren Poole, if Lauren is here. Hello, Lauren.
Hello.
How are you? You doing good?
Good. Yeah, not bad, thank you. How are you?
Good. I'm okay. I mean, I'm hosting an event, so I'd rather be outside, but it's all good. Lauren, we are going to hand over to you now, if we may. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you. I will be in the background if you need anything, but otherwise I will see you at the end of your session.
Of course. Thank you so much. My name's Lauren Poole. I am the Senior Marketing Manager at the RNLI for the Legacy and In Memory team. I've been at the RNLI just over 6 years and have worked across pretty much every team in fundraising now. So found where I belong and love Legacy and In Memory and really love talking about it. As Simon just mentioned, I think the launch memory and the RNLI have been mentioned a few times today, so I'm hoping I will do this campaign justice. But there's going to be time at the end for questions, so please ask away in the chat and hopefully I'll be able to answer them, and if not, I'm sure I can take them away. So launch memory, for those who don't know, launch memory is an in-memory proposition that the RNLI started in 2019. The photo on screen here is a lot of people taking a photo of a boat, which I will reveal more in a little bit. But as you can see, the letters and the numbers on the side of the lifeboat, that is actually full of 5,000 names on the starboard side and 5,000 names on the port side of the lifeboat. And the proposition of launch memory is that people can add their loved one's name in memory or to celebrate them throughout the campaigns. I'm just going to go next slide. So I'm going to run you through a few different things today. I just want to go back to the history of the campaign, the impact it's had, recommendations that we've taken forward, not only for the RNLI, but also for others to take away, and some kind of anecdotal takeaways that aren't necessarily campaign specific, but what we have found hugely beneficial, and something that we have now rolled out as part of kind of making sure others are involved in our campaign process. What I want to say is launch memory in general is innovation for the RNLI. It was the first time we kind of did anything like this, and it's proven incredibly successful for us, and we're extremely lucky to have such an incredible product. But I also want to pull out throughout this presentation the different innovation we have done through the years. So hopefully I'll be able to pull on some of that through this. So the history, launch memory was officially born in 2019. So we had an appeal that someone had an idea to utilize the side of the lifeboat to add some names onto it. It wasn't massively promoted, and it was more of a thank you on the back of donating to the appeal rather than kind of promoted as it in kind of cold media, that sort of thing. But what we noticed was how many people did this in memory. And it grew from there, and the idea for launch memory was born with limited investment, limited internal kind of backing that it was going to work as a product. And I'm not going to take credit for this at all. It was an incredible lady called Claire McCulloch who came up with the idea to change this into an in-memory proposition, but hopefully I've been able to look after it well since Claire left the RNLI. We've had 6 lifeboats in total since 2019, 6 different areas covered. So we have a lifeboat in Ireland at Clifton, 2 lifeboats in Scotland in Invergordon and Anstruther, 2 in England, Wells Next to Sea and Whitby. And we are currently live with our 6th campaign, which is actually a relief lifeboat. Which means that it covers all of the UK and Ireland where it's needed most, when stations may need their boat to be repaired, or they are going through a asset change and need a relief lifeboat. So a really, really exciting time for us in memory at the moment, and watching that appeal grow. The biggest thing I think for us is that we have learned and we have taken insight from every single campaign to build better, smarter campaigns year on year, and we've learned some really, really amazing stuff, and I hope to dig into that a little bit. So just to kind of set the scene on what this campaign looks like, and as I've said, we've developed this across the years, so there are a few things I will pull out here that were innovations throughout the last 5 years. We weren't set up like this at the beginning, and this is something that we really focus as a team to make sure that we are challenging ourselves to make sure that this is the best it can be for us. So for our current supporters, we go out with a direct mail piece to around 50 to 60,000 supporters. They are majority in memory donors, but we also have some test segments which we've been introducing over the last year or so. We cover some of our supporters via email. We have retail inserts, so we are lucky enough to have an e-commerce section at the RNLI, and we put inserts into the online orders that go out for launch memory. We have a membership magazine, so we will put an advertorial in there. Impact communications, so we have an email that goes out once a month called RNLI Life, and there are different kind of promotions modules in that. And finally, website placements as well. Now, I mentioned about innovating through the campaigns. We never used to do a direct mail previously. We brought it in 2021, and that's performed really, really well. We're really, really pleased about it. It also gives the options for our post-only supporters to get involved with Launch Memory, because it's a very online digital presence campaign rather than being in print. Our new audience, for new audiences and for our acquisition channels, we focus on paid social and pay-per-click. We've had some incredible results from that. We've done a heavy testing strategy over the last 18 months on paid social, and really found some incredible things out that we've implemented and also shared wider in the RNLI. We do press adverts, and we also focus when it's applicable for a lifeboat at its current location to promote in local communities. So, for example, the last Launch Memory was Whitby, and we worked with our regional colleagues and volunteers in Whitby to make sure that we were getting the word out there, because if you find out you've got a Launch Memory in your local town after it's closed, it's not always the most positive experience. So we really want to make sure everyone has the opportunity to do it if they wish. We then go on to the bespoke onward journey, which is really something we have been developing over the years. So this can average between 12 and 15 months. So something that we didn't offer with the first Launch Memory, but brought in within the second campaign. We recognise that while someone will give a donation, it could be up to a year and a half before they see the lifeboat, and actually having something tangible to be able to share with family and friends was really imperative. And so on our second Launch Memory campaign, we introduced digital certificates, really low cost to us, but it means that as a thank you straight away, that supporter is getting something that they're able to display at home and share with friends and family. We previously had to do manual selections for digital certificates, but since the last campaign, we've done some online development, and we've been able to offer the digital certificates through an automated service within 48 hours of someone doing a donation, which is amazing. And for me this year, it's super exciting because we'll be able to promote Launch Memory right up to the deadline of Christmas, which is the biggest time of year for in-memory giving, where we had to cut that off quite early last year because of the 8-week rule. We have dedication pages. We know with a company called Much Loved for our tribute funds, and we use the dedication function that they offer with that service. And we've seen over 5,000 dedications across the different lifeboats for people remembering their loved ones or celebrating the people that they've got on there. And they are incredible stories, and really not only amazing for the supporters to be able to be part of a community, but also for us to be able to look into those dedication pages for raw stories and incredible connections that these people have to not only the RNLI, but what their loved ones had as well. We then make sure that our we provide 6 to 8 week update emails. So for the last 5 Launch Memories, they were very much focused on build updates. Oh, I hope I didn't just cut out then. Sorry. We focus on training updates and different updates that maybe if we had building going on at the lifeboat station. So really making sure these supporters felt really involved in this campaign, and also for the boat itself. And then finally, we promote our event. So we've decided to put on an event for each of these lifeboats so that supporters can come down and see it in pool before it goes out to its lifeboat station. I'll talk a little bit more about events a bit later, but we send out the events via email, and we've also developed a retail range. So mugs, pin badges, key rings, and something else I'll show you a little bit later. And they've been hugely successful as well, and I'll talk a little bit more about the benefits of those on the next slide. The future opportunities is also something that's really important to us. So we bring this supporter group into our bespoke DMs for future Launch Memory supporters. If they do other in-memory propositions like our tribute funds, we will include them in a seeds mailing, which is sunflower seeds, which they get to plant and share photos and memories of, and also including them in other RNLI products as well. One thing I would say here is our emails, the update emails and the certificate emails, we are hugely grateful for how incredibly engaged this supporter group is. We see 60 to 70% open rates and 60 to 65% click-through rates, which is by far the best for all of our emails to date in the RNLI in total, not just for in-memory. So this audience group really are incredibly engaged with this product and also the RNLI. So the impact. These are just some of the things that we've been able to see from this campaign and the kind of evolution of what Launch Memory is. So we have seen over £130,000 in shop sales just in the pool shop alone when we open up for our events, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a minute. We've seen over £100,000 in shop sales for not only our Launch Memory memorabilia, but also for the other products that people may then add to their online basket when they go and actively look for a Launch Memory product. We've seen over £3 million of income, and this includes gift aid, but it's growing. So as I mentioned earlier, our sixth campaign is live right now. And whilst we have seen a £57.50 average gift across the board, in the last few campaigns, we've recently seen this increase to £67.50. So an amazing average gift for a relatively low spend campaign. We've seen 8,500 people come through Pool at the 4 Launch Memory events we've done. And as I mentioned earlier, this is an innovation campaign, but we like to innovate throughout. So one of the things we recognised when the first Launch Memory had gone was actually we didn't give the opportunity until very, very last minute for people to come and see the lifeboat. And it wasn't an organised event. It was very much an open weekend and they could see the lifeboat from a distance. And we learned a lot from that. And now we have a rigorous events program, which has had incredible feedback. And it just really proves and gives people the ability to see the lifeboat out of the water before it goes and saves lives at sea. And finally, we've had over 39,000 supporters donate to Launch Memory over the last 5 years, of which 60% are brand new to the RNLI. So as an acquisition product, it's been hugely successful as well. And as you can see from the map there, our supporter base for the new supporters is so broad across the UK and Ireland. Unfortunately, I couldn't get the Ireland stats onto this map as well because it's done slightly differently, but you get the picture. Now, I could talk all day about our retail ranges and our events, but it felt right to actually just share this video with you, which is what our events are all about. Because if you can't tell it yourself, the best way to tell a story is by the people who are most impacted. So I'm hoping I'll be able to switch my screen share and play the video.
By everybody contributing to the Launch Memory initiative, it's helping the RNLI achieve its ambition of helping save everyone.
My husband's name's on the boat, Stephen James Wilkinson. He died 4 years ago. Unfortunately, he had cancer, but he started life in the Navy. And we've been so excited about coming down, and it's been really moving just to see his name, knowing he's going on a journey forever now.
It's my father-in-law who I put onto the boat. Launch Memory was a perfect way to honour him. He loved the RNLI and has a lot of pin badges and memorabilia of the RNLI.
My dad's name, Derek Hallam, and he'd always supported the RNLI. He died last year, so I wanted to make sure that he carried on doing what he'd done by his donations, so I put his name on there.
I was rescued myself a few years ago, so I can understand how grateful you are when you are rescued, you know.
I did it more as a tribute to Neil's dad.
I didn't know anything
about it until we booked the event.
Yeah, as a nice surprise.
My mum is on there and my father-in-law, both their names are on the boat. We've always known how precious the sea is and how dangerous the sea is as well. So the RNLI is part of our life.
Mum was a lifelong supporter of the RNLI. She always knew that they relied on volunteers, they got no public funding, and it was something that she was very passionate about, that they should be supported and the wonderful work that they do. It's so brilliant that she's actually on the top, on the wheelhouse, so she can keep her beady eye on everyone as they're going out and making sure they're doing what they should be doing.
I can't tell you how thrilled I am. Being able to do this for Mum, it's the one thing that I know that she would have loved, but I wish that she was alive just so I could tell her that she had her name on the lifeboat.
We're here today to see our son's name on the lifeboat, and his name is on the number 3. He was also just 30 years old, so again the 3 is quite a special link.
He loved the sea, always loved the sea.
To have his name on that lifeboat, going out to save people every day or as often as it's needed, just so proud to be a part of that.
To hear that they've raised £1 million with the names on this is just perfect. Dad's name's on the wheelhouse, and when Tony said that the name's on the top, they're looking after the crew, I was very choked up. And I did think I'd be in tears.
You'll be looking down on them,
yeah,
telling them what to do.
It's a wonderful opportunity for such a good cause.
My 23-year-old son died last year, Dominic Dom Stratton, and he's on the number 6 on the starboard side. And the significance for me is right on the edge of the boat. He'll be one of the first ones out, and that's exactly what he would have done. He would have been diving into anything.
The Launch a Memory initiative is a chance for me to be able to, one, give back to a charity that was very close to my father's heart. He loved the sea, and to be able to remember my dad and have his name on a lifeboat that's going to go out and help tens of thousands of people, hopefully over its lifetime.
My father passed away back in 2019. He was an avid sailor all of his life, and he always massively respected the RNLI and was always glad that they were there in case he ever needed it. At his funeral, we collected for the RNLI. The RNLI's mission of, saving every life at sea they possibly can is fantastic. So for us, this was the best possible way to memorialise him and make sure that his memory's living on.
Dad, through his career in the Marines, he eventually ended up serving on the Royal Yacht, and he did a couple of tours, and he was with Prince Philip. It was a real surprise to see that when we made a donation that it was the Duke of Edinburgh, because obviously of Dad's connection. So I know that Dad would be so proud, definitely. He'd be smiling down knowing that he was at sea.
I'm absolutely blown away. I think to have something that's just so unique, to see my dad's name in print on the boat, and it's such an amazing cause. To meet the crew today, I think it's amazing. It's reassuring and fantastic to know that he's going to help saving lives at sea.
This is the first time that we've been able to see our new boat that's going to be arriving in Wells. We are one crew together. It takes many parts of the wheel to be able to make it work. And so alongside me here today, then we've got members of our shore crew. There are people who are right behind us, making sure that this boat gets produced and arrives in the water and then makes its way around to Wells. It's fabulous the fact that not only when we go to sea as a crew of 6 are we on there, but we've also got 15,000 people who are rooting for what we do, and because we are there to save everyone.
Thank you. I don't know how many times I've watched that video, and every single time it chokes me up. So I think that really nicely summarizes my first recommendation, is the power of storytelling. Find the opportunities to collect your supporters' stories and utilize them to promote your product or your campaign. You can do this through filming at events, dedication pages, and also surveys as well. One of the most impactful things about being at those events is the stories you hear and the different connections that people have. They could be someone who'd literally never heard of the RNLI before and now genuinely feels like they're part of one crew, or someone who's had a lifelong connection and actually has felt confident enough to talk to me about the fact that they'd left a gift in their will, and I was able to support that conversation as well. So it's so powerful. Remember why someone is supporting you. A big part of it in memory for us is that actually those people, and a lot of those people in that video, talked about the fact that their loved one was a big supporter of the RNLI, and you have to slowly take them on that journey from being a supporter of the RNLI because of someone else to being a supporter of your charity because they want to. And it's things like events and things like that that really can kind of take them on that journey. Taking calculated risks is a huge one. One of the things that I mentioned earlier was about how our average gift has increased. And actually, one of the things we did after the second campaign was increase our ask from £30 to £50. I used data and evidence to kind of prove to our SLT that it was the right thing to do. And since we've been getting a consistent £67.50 average gift versus a £42 average gift previously. And finally, listening. So we've taken a calculated risk with the Relief Lifeboat. It's proving to be a really, really positive campaign so far. It's really early days, so it's difficult for me to say. But we noticed at our events that a lot of people were suggesting that they weren't really going to have a lifeboat near them in different locations because of different reasons, whether they've already got a lifeboat, things like that. And so this was a really great opportunity for innovation that we could try with a product that we know works on a different type of opportunity. Finally, the takeaways for me is get your internal buy-in. Launch Memory is a product that, yes, it sits in the in-memory team, but there is so much internal love for it. We work really closely with our operations team, with our volunteer team, with our regional teams, because there is so much involved in these campaigns. It's not just send out a direct mail piece and get it back. We've got stories that we want to tell. We want to support our crews, who then will have a Launch Memory lifeboat, and they'll get visits, and we need to set up visits volunteers and things like that. So huge internal buy-in. Share the impact. The biggest benefit we've had from the events is this video, and we've done it consistently at all of our events, and just showing it after, even for people who weren't able to be at the event, shows the impact of what Launch Memory means to so many people. Start small and grow. I mentioned on the first campaign we had very kind of limited internal want, but we started small. We utilized what we had, and we've been able to develop our online forms, our certificates, our asks, our onward journey, because we've just built on the same idea. And I hope that's helped today. I appreciate I've just gone through really, really quickly, but I'd love to take some questions if there is any.
Thank you, Lauren. That was great. And no, that wasn't me getting choked up, but there was a lot of people saying there was a lot of onions in the chat box because a lot of people crying and stuff like that. And I might just start with that, actually, because it's so kind of obvious, isn't it, when you see it, that these human stories mean so much. And so on like a practical level, maybe you could talk a little bit more about capturing those, because I know sometimes fundraisers have the fear of talking to clients about it, or sometimes fundraisers don't even have access to the clients. You know, they're very much kept away from the service users or the donors, or, you know, whatever you want to call them. Have you got any suggestions on that, or how do you approach it?
Yeah, of course. So it's really it's difficult because we're really lucky at the RNLI. So I've obviously just talked about an in-memory campaign that's been hugely successful. I'm also aware that I've just talked about very large boats that we've had the opportunity to do it on, and not every charity has that, and not every charity has that ability to look at what locations around the UK and Ireland and things like that. However, there are some really simple things that we've been able to adapt. And I mentioned dedication pages, and I don't know, I know, for example, we work with Much Love for tribute funds, but dedication pages is one of their benefits of working with them. So you don't actually pay for the dedication page function. So someone can leave a dedication page that can be free. So we don't ask for a donation on the back of a dedication for Launch Memory, but we also do dedication pages for things like Mother's Day and Father's Day, where we do ask for a optional donation, and you get people's details through there, and they will opt in to whether they want to hear from you or not. So instantly you've got their email opt-in from that if they choose to do it. And it's a really lovely way of being able to reach out to them. So thank you so much for sharing your story. It was really powerful for what you were able to share. I don't know if you'd ever consider sharing this more. And that's sort of how we've started doing it. We obviously have the benefit of the events. The Launch Memory events are what they say on the tin. You're coming to see your Launch Memory, your loved one's name on a Launch Memory boat. So that kind of conversation about why someone's there and what their loved one's connection to the RNLI was is very, very natural. But we have case study consent forms, and as a charity we have rescue stories and crew stories that we can put on as well. But I think that's a big thing. Like, our volunteers are often are crew volunteers, but if someone is working at a hospice, you might have a fundraising volunteer, or you might have someone who's willing to do for example, the National Trust, they have loads of volunteers in some of their buildings. And so utilising their stories and why they love to volunteer and also give their time. And you can just start building it by that, because as soon as one person starts talking about themselves and feeling open about it, others will naturally kind of want to join in the conversation.
Yeah, by
so
sharing those stories, it kind of prompts people to want to share their own stories.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're going to do like social media posts, whether that's organic or paid, actually looking in the comments section, we've had some incredible stories come out of the comment sections of our social media channels. And actually that's kind of similar to the dedication pages. You have to make sure that you've got consent and things like that, but sending them a message to see if they'd be open to talking more about their story. One of the dedication people, the people that were left a dedication page once for us, is now going to be featured on our 200 Voices podcast for our 200th anniversary. So it's amazing what you can do just from someone writing 200 words about why they care about the RNLI.
The doors it kind of opens. You mentioned about the boat there, and I think obviously that's going to be everyone's kind of immediate responses as well. We don't have a boat. But have you seen other examples of things like this people are using in different charities with, very different means or very different things surrounding them?
Yeah, so kind of large charities and large products. I know that British Heart Foundation have the Heart of Steel. Prostate Cancer UK have a kind of statue that gets moved around the UK. But on a smaller scale, there was an incredible talk from a hospice. I can't remember the one it is I'm thinking of, but it was a Devon hospice, and they have a floating kind of yearly wicker wreath, and people can go and put their flowers on, and they write their dedication. I've seen National Trust or other kind of charities that have walking facilities, whether they use stones on the floor. I know that guide dogs use path stones as well. So there's lots of different options that can be used. And I think trying to find something that links with the cause is sometimes more difficult if you're looking at it as such a huge thing. And that's kind of why I mentioned to start small and actually just look at what a small test. I know that a lot of hospices have like memory trees where they can put an engraved kind of leaf on the tree, things like that.
Yeah, you can almost create these kind of, I suppose, more cost-effective ways of doing it sometimes. I mean, I not to toot my own horn, but I won an award for a fundraising campaign I did. But it was about sponsoring or giving towards time. And so because we were running therapy sessions, it was a sexual abuse charity. We were running therapy sessions. And so people were putting their name on kind of that hour of a therapist or that day that we were open. And so I feel like there is always ways to do that. Some of those examples you gave were great. But RNLI, that you always do it with a bit of style, don't you? I mean, you seem to be very popular with fundraisers at the moment because everything you do is you talked about your interaction with people, but you do seem to know what people are wanting and thinking. And is that just through asking? Are you having a lot of conversations with your supporter base?
Yeah, so I think a lot of that is credit to our fundraising director, Jane George. She came in and has been very, very focused on making sure that the donor is at the heart of what we're doing. And so instead of talking about what we do as a charity and what makes us so good, it's the fact that those supporters have been able to donate so that we're able to save lives. Like everyone is one crew and everyone is saving lives at sea, no matter if you're giving £1 or £1 million. We do ask, we survey. We've done an amazing survey this year within the legacy team for our pledges, and we saw a 12% response rate, which is huge for something that you're not getting anything back, but just telling what you're interested in. So yeah, we use surveys. We talk to our supporter panel, which is a kind of collective of supporters who have put themselves forward to be part of research. We look at our results. So we test on our paid social channels. We've seen what's worked really well, what hasn't. We know Launch Memory works incredibly well just before Christmas, and that was because we tested at Christmas last year, and we know kind of the sector for in memory. Christmas is the best time, but we utilized that this last year with a product that we could promote, with kind of really focusing on certificates as well. And so we've been able to use the insight from previous campaigns, what's worked well, times of years, things like that, but also just asking the question. We're really lucky that we've got a huge volunteer base as well. So that video you would have seen earlier, there's a huge group of pool volunteers who dedicate their time to touring people around the RNLI College and All Weather Lifeboat Centre, and we ask their opinion on things. How did they think it went? We're really open to feedback on the events and adapt to that as well. So I'd say it's a few different things, but we do ask the question, and we have the ability for people to share their story online as well.
I love it. You guys are doing something right. A few quick fire questions from the chat. Someone asked, what platform do you use for your digital certificates? Do you happen to know?
No, actually. We've designed them internally, and they are automated response from our forms, but I can find out. I don't think they're just part of our Actito email. We use Actito for our email provider, and we send them out as an automated certificate, but I'm pretty sure they were designed by one of our designers, but I'll double check for you.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, do reach out, whoever asked that question, and we might be able to get that for you. But I think, a lot of these online platforms, email platforms, stuff like that, they might have a certificate kind of feature and form features built into it. Who produced the video? Did you do it in-house or hire a company?
So we actually used a company called Hallmark for this Launch Memory event. They're a company we work with really, really closely. We have some internal videographers, but I mentioned earlier, next year is our 200th anniversary, and so they are booked up out and about, getting a load of content for us. So as a backup, we work with Hallmark, who are incredible, and are really, really quick on their turnaround of getting that video back to us, because whilst it's to give it back to the people that came, it's also an event for people who weren't able to come to see what it was all about. So we like to get it out as quick as possible after the event.
Brilliant. Great work. And then just one last question. Yeah, let me ask this one. What is the 8-week rule? I mean, obviously we all obviously know, but just imagine I didn't know what that was. What is the 8-week rule?
So previously the 8-week rule was that we had to manually select all of the email information to send them out the email, and we had to do it through one email send. And so we agreed internally for internal resource that once every 8 weeks was acceptable. There's no such thing as the 8-week rule now, because it's a 24 to 48 hour turnaround certificates. So that was literally it. It was a manual data selection, and we had to book time in with our email team.
That sounds fun. But you're kind of, I mean, you were testing it small, I suppose, and then before you're really committing to getting this infrastructure set up.
Exactly. So we didn't know how it was going to do. And I probably would have liked to have got that infrastructure set up a lot quicker than it did. But organizations' priorities adapt, and we had something that was fit for purpose. It just wasn't necessarily the most efficient way of doing it. So we got that proof, and we saw the kind of success of not only giving the certificate as a thank you, but also being able to actually use it to promote the campaign as well has been amazing.
Brilliant. Yeah, proof of concept. Brilliant. All right, Lauren, I'm going to let you go. But that was a great session. Thank you very much for giving us your time today. And and I'll say goodbye.
Thanks so much.
Take care. Thank you. Thanks a million to Lauren. So thank you to everyone for the questions in the chat and the active buzz. We're about to start our next session. But first of all, I will just say, speaking of certificates, one thing I didn't mention in the delegate bag, as well as lots of bonus goodies, downloads and extra sessions and stuff, you can get a certificate for attending this conference. And all of our conferences, if you go in, we always issue certificates. I know some people like to print them off and give them out for Christmas. Some people like to share them with the boss. Whatever floats your boat. Floats your boat. That wasn't even on purpose. Okay. And then what else do I have to say? Nothing. Let's get straight into our next session, my friends. So we have got a great session coming on. The phone, you know how much I love phone. If you've ever been to one of my conferences, this is what I used to. Well, I started as an on-street fundraiser, a chugger, as some of you may know it, for some of you older people. But phone was where I moved into. I set up a telephone operation, and I always say at conferences, there's not enough sessions about telephone, and so we're righting that wrong today. And so we have the one and only Gosh, Great Ormond Street Hospital. We finally got them back again. I know everyone always loves hearing from Gosh, and everyone just loves saying it. But we've got Abena Bentham, who's the head of committed giving at Gosh, and Lee Hesketh, who's the senior IG manager. And so hopefully they're with me now, and I'm going to say hello to Abena and hello to Lee. Hello.
Oh,
How are you?
good.
Yeah,
Good.
Abena, give us a tune. There's a guitar in the background. Give us a quick
Oh, don't.
song
Do you know
about
what? I
IG.
was like, hide my living room. And I was just like, I don't care.
No, I think it's good. It makes you look mysterious. We know you can play stuff now. It's
No,
like,
I have
I
plants
like
and
it.
music. That's all I have.
As long as it's not a virtual background, I'm happy. Okay, I'm not going to waste time. No one wants to hear from me. We want to hear from you. And so I'm going to leave you guys to it. Really looking forward to the session, and I will come back at the end for a little chat, if that's okay. Thank you, guys.
Brilliant. So, hello, everyone. Forgive me if the tech is a bit weird. Just getting used to the space we're in, and hopefully sharing these slides. So we'll do some intros. Hopefully you've had a really great day. I've been listening in to lots of the different sessions and they've been great. Don't know how we're going to follow lifeboats. That was amazing. Such a compelling campaign. And there was some other great ones throughout the day that I won't go into because hopefully you were there and you were listening. But yeah, just wow. So we will dive in. We're going to talk to you today about some of the key moments in our supporter journey. But before we do, I'll just do some recaps. We'll do a little bit of intros and then we'll just dive straight in. So my name is Abena Bentham. I'm the head of committed giving at Great Ormond Street Hospital Children's Charity. And this is my colleague Lee.
Hi, I'm Lee Hesketh and I'm the Senior Manager for the retention team within Committed Giving. So I steward and look after all of our regular givers and our weekly lottery players.
Brilliant. So now you know who we are. And hopefully there's been a few really interesting retention sessions today. You might have been in Craig's 5 mistakes made in supporter journeys. And I think there was another one in between that. So hopefully this session will give you a few actions, things to think about. Please drop any questions in the chat as well. It might be that you're already doing lots of the things we're already talking about, or you've got feedback or things you're like, right, yeah, definitely try this. Or so genuinely welcome all the chat, and we'll probably hop into some of the breakout rooms afterwards if we're still allowed to, if you have any questions or if you want to talk about what's working for you as well, because we'd love to learn both ways. So what are we going to talk about today? We will be talking about things like our upgrade calling, reactivation calling. Thank you has been such a strong theme that's run through today, definitely in room 3, I think, hopping through the different rooms. But taking time to say thank you can never be underestimated. So we'll be talking about that and the different ways we engage with supporters. And I think if the 3 key things we'd love to kind of have everyone leave today with is just sharing where we've seen the greatest impact. Maybe you will have seen the same impact in the same areas. We'll talk to you about what we think makes a great call. And then also talking about where you can weave in calling to existing stewardship. So this isn't about breaking the wheel, starting from scratch and having to think of lots of different things. I think supporter journeys can become quite big and a bit intense. We were just looking for moments where it felt natural and right to pick up the phone and have a conversation. And I think that doesn't have to be huge scale. It can be small scale too. Great. I think let's get cracking. So let me just see if this will work. So I think, yeah, Lee, am I passing over to you?
You are?
Yes.
Can you move the slide on?
I think it should have moved.
Oh, it has. Oh, there we go. Tech delays. Yeah, so Abs was saying, our committed giving program, it's fairly traditional. It's not kind of crazy out there. We acquire new regular givers from digital channels as well as direct response TV, but we do have a big face-to-face program. So we recruit supporters via both private sites and door-to-door campaigns. And it's a nationwide program. And we have seen a huge investment in this area over the last few years because we have this big 10-year strategy at Gosh. So in order to engage our new supporters and demonstrate the impact their gifts have from the very beginning, we've developed a pretty robust welcome journey, and it consists of direct mail welcome packs, a series of engaging welcome emails, and also some offline comms for those who don't use email. So once a supporter has completed their welcome journey, they fall into the main program. They're stewarded using a range of channels such as email, newsletters, but also we do offline comms by way of annual impact campaigns, stewardship magazines, cash appeals, cross-sell, upgrade, reactivation, kind of the full gambit. So where does telemarketing come in? Everywhere. So all across our retention program, we use telemarketing at different stages to be able to have a real human-to-human interaction with our supporters, which we feel is really, really important.
Great. So on to the types of calling that we do. So there's just a handful of, I think we've just picked a few, but I'm going to talk to you a bit about welcome calling before we kind of go on to everything else. So I think welcome calling was mentioned in a couple of the other sessions, but essentially does what it says on the tin. So it's a bit of a hello. We use it also to verify details as well, specifically for face-to-face. I think for any charities, large or small, doing face-to-face campaigns, whether that's door-to-door, private site, or anything like that, making sure that the supported data you've collected is accurate. It's really important. I think we see more instances of manual error in that space as well, even if the donor is inputting the details themselves. So this is a really great moment to say hello, reiterate that thank you, really make them feel welcome, double check those details. I think it also, from a sort of compliance point of view, gives us an opportunity just to sense check that there was no pressure involved in any of that face-to-face activity, and that gift is being given willingly. So that call is really important for us and should still feel good, even if it is an admin call that is checking details, but it's a really important step for us. I think we also monitor our welcome calls. So anyone who does telephone, hopefully you do have some sort of call monitoring program where you're listening to a percentage of your calls just to verify the quality of the calls. Are your staff or call handlers or fundraisers using the right terms and all of this kind of thing? And we have a listen and do a lot around soft skills as well, and making sure that conversation flows nicely. So we'll come on to that later about a few of those soft moments. But welcome calling for us has been really, really important because we have increased our face-to-face activity. It's not exclusive to face-to-face. If you want to use those channels, if you want to use phone across other channels, I think it is valuable, but it's about, I think, trying to speak to the donor on the channel that they want to be contacted on. So yeah, welcome calls, about saying thank you, about saying hello, but also gives a really great opportunity to check that data, to kind of get some feedback on fundraisers as well. So if you aren't already doing it, which I assume quite a few people will be if you're doing face-to-face, we're going to state the obvious. Definitely think welcome calling is worth giving it a go. I also just want to add, it doesn't have to be expensive. Depends on whether you're using in-house teams or external agencies, really negotiating the different types of models that you can use to facilitate that calling. There are things that can make it worth it, especially if it means that the person who's choosing to give, and we're talking about regular giving here, feels comfortable, feels like their choice has been validated, and that we're listening and actually taking any concerns that are raised seriously. So that welcome call is a really important moment for us. And I'll let Lee talk you through some of the other calls.
Yeah, we are going to do a bit of a deep dive into a couple of these areas. So Josie, I can see that you asked about unpaid. That is one of the areas that we will deep dive into, but just to kind of give you an overview of where else we use telemarketing. So across the whole welcome journey, annual thank you calling, upgrade campaigns, and again, reactivation and unpaid, but we also use it for conversion of current supporters, cross-selling into regular giving, but also from regular giving to lottery. We see some quite good results in that area. And we also have a relatively new value exchange campaign running, which uses telemarketing for conversion. So then kind of focusing a little bit more on paid and reactivation. We wanted to look at these areas because we've seen some really great success over the last few years. And hopefully there's some key kind of bits of information, some takeaways, which would be great for everyone listening today. So when a supporter has, just to give you a bit more of an explanation about these two types of calling, when a supporter is signed up, but their record is shown as cancelled before a payment is made, we call that an unpaid call. So we contact them if we have consent, just to check everything's okay, ask them if they would like to restart their gift. Because, as I've said, we do a lot of face-to-face recruitment, we find that sometimes details are taken down incorrectly. So it's an opportunity just to check all of that, make sure the supporter did decide to cancel and it wasn't an admin error. And similarly, when a supporter cancels their gift after they've been giving for a while, we'll ask them if they want to restart either at their previous giving level or a smaller amount if that is more comfortable for them. And if they don't want to start, it's just a really nice opportunity to thank them for their previous gifts. And we hope that that will then leave the supporter with a good feeling about the charity overall. So in terms of what we've seen, for reactivation, we moved from a big annual reactivation campaign last year to a rolling always on campaign. So we load the data monthly and the agency will call through that data throughout the month. And by doing this, we've seen an increase of over 5% overall in reactivation of cancelled gifts. We've also seen an annual average gift increase of £6 per supporter, which shows us that actually speaking with supporters often results in not only the restart of their regular gift, but also an increase in their monthly gift too. And it surprised us, but it shows that being able to speak to someone on the phone to really discuss the cause will often result in better engagement from the supporter. And we see better results from supporters who've cancelled their gift less than 3 months ago, and both in terms of average gift and response rate. So it tells us that a rolling campaign really was the right way to go, rather than this annual campaign where someone might have stopped giving nearly a year ago and they've completely forgotten about us as a charity. And then for our unpaid campaigns, so again, those that cancel before they've made the first gift, we've been running this campaign for a number of years, but there wasn't really any real focus on it as a really integral part of our stewardship. And we saw our results were dipping to around a 12% from a 15% target that we'd set. So the retention team, we took this on, we re-looked at the call guides, we really looked at the fundraisers who were on the campaign, changed things up a bit. And by doing that, we've seen the results increase up to the early 20% every single month. So every single month it smashes target, and we're so happy about that. So we find that fundraisers, they can get a little bit of fatigue if they've been on a campaign for too long, and if the call guide isn't refreshed relatively, can't find the word, but we also see a higher average gift on our unpaid campaigns compared to our reactivation campaigns. And at times this is over £2 per supporter, which is really interesting. And we're still kind of doing some analysis to figure out why that is. So just kind of in summary, by reviewing both of these campaigns in the last couple of years and making some small changes, we've seen significant increase in response rate, average gift, and also tenure of the supporter. And we've not really increased the spend at all. We've just kind of moved it around a bit.
Brilliant. So I'm going to move on to tell you a little bit about what makes a great call. So we touched on this earlier, and then also I think Lee's mentioned a couple of bits just now, but I'm going to talk to you a bit about the soft skills, and Lee can talk to you about numbers. But we've talked about organic, natural sounding, kind of, I think everybody probably might get a little bit of dread of the unknown number on your phone. It's a very different environment, I think, to maybe how phone was more appreciated a few years ago. So really putting the value and the time into those soft skills with your fundraisers or working with agencies who are really, really great with kind of making sure that call handlers are getting that training. Yes, there will be a script, but we need to make sure that that script allows for natural conversation in there as well. So we'd say organic and natural sounding as much as possible. Genuine gratitude, I think every single step of what we're talking about, so whether that is unpaid, so if someone cancels but they haven't informed us they've cancelled, it's just like the gift hasn't arrived, that taking that time to do that admin piece, it's not about like, where is the donation? It's is everything okay? We just want to check that that's intentional. That's absolutely fine. And thank you for the consideration. The fact that they've got to that point in the first place, there was something that was appealing to them. And it might be just that that regular gift or whatever the product is, isn't quite right. So yeah, I think it's about gratitude, appreciation, and making sure the supporter feels that no matter what call it is. And again, similarly with reactivation, if someone's cancelled, probably have cancelled for a reason. And yes, we're talking to them about, do they want to restart? But it's not in a pressuring way. It's a conversation. It's acknowledging all of the things that they've done for your charity, for your organisation, for your cause in the past. Building rapport can be quite difficult. I think it's a skill that when you're doing your call monitoring, if you are doing it, you'll hear some people and just be, I'm often wowed by the flow, the way that they can just find those conversations to kind of all those threads to pull on and just to keep that conversation going and to be listening to what the supporter is saying and what they're interested in talking about, as well as covering off the things that you need to check off on your list and on the script and make sure that that's as compliant as possible. I think, yeah, the rapport bit is so important. Being truthful and transparent. I think our whole sector, everything we do, is the foundation is trust. None of us could raise what we do, have the impact we have. The communities that we work with and the communities that we serve didn't trust us with their donations, with the intentions behind that as well. So making sure that we're transparent, we're truthful, we're talking about where the money's going and all of the questions that a supporter might have on the phone, being ready and open to talk about those things, really important to us. And then fundraisers sounding knowledgeable. So there is a little bit of homework in there for our fundraisers. I think being able to know key stats and things like that, so important. And I'll just hand over to Lee.
Yeah, so as Ab said, some of the kind of more harder skills, but also kind of things that we can do as an organisation to make sure the campaigns are really optimised as best they can be. As I mentioned before, we see great results from people that have cancelled less than 3 months ago. So making sure that their data is really fresh and that it's going over to the agency or whoever's making those calls as soon as it can do really helps. Also rotating fundraisers through campaigns so that the call and energy is always fresh. Picking in the right moments throughout the year to call and not calling too much, because no one wants a weekly phone call from their local charity. Making sure that fundraisers are trained properly, as Ab said, on the cause and the ask, and ensuring that the charity's tone is incorporated so that when the fundraiser, if they are an external agency, are speaking to the supporter, it sounds like they are really genuinely from the charity and being able to answer questions with authority. Monitoring calls, we have a weekly quota of calls that we monitor as a charity, so that we're able to give constructive feedback directly to the agency and they're able to take that to the fundraisers to make the calls better. Constantly reporting and evaluating. We have reports sent to us. We have bi-weekly review meetings. We monitor the campaigns so that they're able to really react quickly to things and change something that isn't working. And feedback surveys. So we often send out feedback surveys to our supporters post-call because it's really, really important to know what our supporters genuinely think of our calls and how we can make them better.
Brilliant. this is our last slide before we have a little bit of time for questions. I know we're running out of time. So what's next for our journey? So some of you might have been listening to that and been like, oh, right, got it, do that in my sleep. Some of you might have been like, oh, actually, we do a little bit of that and maybe not enough of this. These are some of the things that are on our roadmap. I think that in Craig's session, he talked a little bit about, you don't have to do it all at once. This just happens to be what we were doing before, and now these are the things that we're adding in. I think some of it's a bit cart before horse, but it is all about what happens organically, what works for your organization. So there is no kind of we should have done or could have done these kind of things. It's just about what works for you. So this is what is on our list of what we think will make the best or the most impact in the coming months.
Yeah, so we're constantly reviewing our campaigns and looking at how we can make them better, but also how we can really meaningfully add telemarketing into supported journeys. So some of the things that we are thinking about is that currently all of our campaigns are opt-in. That is a decision that Gosh made with our governance team. But we are exploring the idea of having the unpaid campaign specifically an admin call so that we are able to rely on legitimate interests. And that could increase our potential calling by another 30%. So that would then, hopefully increase restarts. Creating more opportunities throughout the year for impact and thank you calling. We currently only do one big thank you campaign a year, but looking at kind of milestone giving. So if someone reaches a year or 2 years of giving, being able to call them and thank them to demonstrate our gratitude. Also being preemptive, so using some of our data insights tools to model someone's propensity to lapse, giving them a quick call, saying thank you before they've actually made a decision to cancel. And then also currently our upgrade campaign is a big, beastly campaign that runs annually. It's multi-channel. So we are exploring moving this to more of a trigger campaign again, if someone hits a particular milestone, rather than waiting for one campaign a year and getting all the data in there, looking at when would be the best time to ask from a supporter-centric point of view. So these are just some of the things that we're looking to test and implement over the next year or so. So busy retention team. Gosh.
Brilliant. So I think that was it. So I think there have been a few questions in the chat.
Yeah, hi Guy. I might pop on if you don't mind. I've got a couple minutes before I have to run back to room 1 for the closing. But first of all, if we don't get to people's questions, is it okay if they reach out to you and ask you questions? What's the best way to connect with you guys? Are you LinkedIn kind of people, or what's your story?
Yeah, LinkedIn, send us a note. We can set up some meetings and things like that. That's absolutely fine.
Very generous of you. I appreciate that. One of the questions that came up a few times is, do you do this in-house or do you use an agency? I didn't pick that up.
We use an agency. Our donor base over time, and it is just because of the volume. It's taken a very long time to get here, but I'm so proud to say that we reached just over 250,000 people with a regular gift of some kind.
Wow.
To Gosh, like we've never ever been able to achieve anything like that it's taken a very, very long time of continuous work to get to that point. And there'll be some charities that are way beyond that, but for us that was absolutely huge. So we've got to the point where even a small percentage probably would take quite a lot of time to call, so we've moved to using an agency.
So it's not just you two making those 250,000 calls.
As much as I love to chat.
There's some questions about kind of regulation and data and stuff. I'm not going to get into that because it's obviously something that can unpack. But people might reach out to you as specifically, and every circumstance is so different with that. But I guess what I wanted to ask to finish up with is, obviously we have a lot of small and medium charities who attend these events, but we have big charities as well. If you're someone who's not really using phone in the way that Gosh have achieved, what would you say is the first step after this conference? Like where do they go from here? Is it just about picking up the phone and starting to make some calls and learning from that experience, or what should they be preparing as a priority?
How much should I go? My gut, jump in me if you disagree, but my gut is about understanding a little bit more about your donor base, what channels they are using and what would be valuable to them. Try to make it as donor-centric or supporter-centric as possible, but then also thinking about the impact to your bottom line. I think charities do amazing works, but it is a business. It is a business that needs to be, more than I think most businesses, so specific about their, down to the penny, every penny being gifted in some way. You should be using your business acumen to make those choices about the most efficient way forward. So it sometimes sounds a bit harsh when you're like, what's the bottom line? But we should all be asking without fail, what model works for you and what is it going to bring? What is that spend going to bring to your bottom line, with the donor-centric bit at its heart? But it needs to make sense for your business as well. So if that is unpaid because there's an admin error somewhere, and actually that call costs you a couple of pounds to then reinstate a gift, prioritize that one. If it's an attrition call, I'd prioritize that one. So it's knowing your business model, knowing where the gaps are, and picking something to test that will address that first.
That's good. And I'm glad you said it, because sometimes we pussyfoot around the idea of like, it is about money, you know, we have to, you know, but the reality is, like, there's no point in falling into this trap if you're making calls and it's not really working for you. Lee, have you anything to add on that before we wrap up?
No, I don't think so. Well, I was just going to say kind of everything that Abs has said, but also, you know, thinking about what it is that you want to say to your supporters that you can't say in an email or a letter, or, you know, the kinds of conversations that you really want to have with your supporters.
Fair enough. Sorry, I just muted there because someone had started blowing up the building outside my window. So I'm going to say thank you very much again, guys. And I'm going to say goodbye to you. And I hope we get to hear how it goes with the next 250,000.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Thank you very much, both of you. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry if we didn't get to all of your questions there, but obviously Abena and Lee, do find them on LinkedIn. They seem very generous, very helpful, and throw some questions at them. But also the telephone agencies. You know, I know people were mentioning a few agencies in the chat box there. Any telephone agency that I've ever dealt with has been really, really helpful. So do reach out for them, and they can definitely guide you in the right path. Even without securing your business, they're usually happy to help with that. So we're going to head back over to room 1 now. I'm going to close my window and figure out what on earth is going on. But thank you so much for joining me in room 3. And I'll see you back over to room 1 where we're going to wrap up.